I would like to extend a very warm welcome to all of you. We appreciate you taking time off your busy schedules to join us all in this endeavor. Today, we are gathered here at Novotel Manila in Quezon City to bring us local industry stakeholders to discuss the existing challenges and effective interventions in addressing environmental and tourism issues. Moving forward, I would like to recognize the TVC's implementing partners and funders. And as I read out your organizations, please give a wave to the room so you can be recognized. First, the United Nations Environment Program. Next, the Philippine Center for Environmental Protection and Sustainable Development, or PCEPSD, our organizers for today. Next, the Department of Tourism. Next, from the country of Germany, the Federal Ministry for the Environment, Nature Conservation, and Nuclear Safety. And last but not the least, the International Climate Initiative. Aside from that, we are also acknowledging the efforts of the Philippine Stakeholders Advisory Group for Sustainable Tourism. Its members include, again, please give a wave to the crowd as I call out your organization, the Department of Environment and Natural Resources, the Climate Change Commission, the Tourism Congress of the Philippines, the Philippine Hotel Owners Association, the Philippine Association of Convention and Exhibition Organizers and Suppliers, the Chamber of Commerce of the Philippine Islands, and last but not the least, De La Salle College of St. Benilde. We would also like to appreciate the hard work of these organizations to make this event possible, which includes the Tourism Promotion Board of the Philippines, again, the Philippine Association of Convention, Exhibition Organizers and Suppliers, Tourism Congress Philippines, and last but not the least, the Tourism Infrastructure and Enterprise Zone Authority, or TIEZA. Thank you very much. To give us the opening remarks, let me call on a good friend, none other than the chairperson of the Philippine Center for Environmental Protection and Sustainable Development. From 2011 to 2016, he was Secretary or Presidential Advisor for Environmental Protection and Concurrent General Manager of the Laguna Lake Development Authority. Under his watch at the LLDA, green climate-smart buildings were constructed, the first and to date only Verdes certified green building of the Philippine government, the LLDA building. As congressman from 1998 to 2007, Dr. Acosta principally authored the groundbreaking laws on clean air, clean water, and solid waste management, along with seminal laws on biodiversity and wildlife protection and coastal resources and caves management. He was co-head with the Climate Change Commission of the Philippine delegation to the 2015 United Nations Conference of Parties 21, or also known as the Paris Accord on Climate Change. He earned his PhD in Political Science as East-West Center Doctorate Fellow from the University of Hawaii in 1994 and was World Fellow of Yale University in 2004. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the dashing Dr. Juan Romeo Nereus Acosta.
Thank you, Engineer Mackey. Always a good pillar to lean on for all of the work that we do with the Philippine Center for Environmental Protection and Sustainable Development. Isang makakalikasang pagbati po sa ating lahat. Good morning. And let us applaud this reunion after more than 2 years of being in virtual meetings. Salamat, salamat. We thank the blessings of the divine and the blessings of the universe, the blessings of all of our spirits and ancestors that have allowed us to regroup. I'd like to especially thank the team on behalf of the PSEPSD, Mr. June Alvarez, our executive director, and the team of PSEPSD. Please be recognized. They've put in such great work to bring us all together and allow us to have a mixing of minds and ideas for transforming Philippine tourism. I'd like to again thank on behalf of all of the organizers and partner institutions, those who made not just this conference possible, but all the collaborative efforts in the near future, especially in this post-pandemic period. It's really a transformed world in more ways than one, and so must we transform all of our industries, our sectors, our concerns and pursuits, especially as they relate to protecting the earth and its bounties and ensuring that all that we do are not just for economic returns, which are still imperative, obviously, but we must also have a rebooting, a rethinking, so that ultimately tourism and all of its attendant sectors and concerns and approaches and frameworks become truly geared, not just for sustainable, eco-friendly, green, climate-smart initiatives, but become ultimately regenerative of the earth, because that's the only planet we have. And if it's the only home we will ever have. And even as we speak, we have the Philippine delegation now representing all of us in COP27, the Conference of Parties 27 in Egypt, returning to the table on all of the climate change moorings for what we have to do. So let us all see it also as what we're doing now as part of what's happening worldwide. The Secretary of Tourism, the Honorable Frasco, is even in London now also to look not just at tourism, but the sustaining pandemic world of all of what we do and what we need to address with new visioning, new hearts, a new way of looking at the world and dealing with one another, and especially for caring for all that we have: land, air, water, sun, lupa, araw, hangin, at tubig, ang ekolohiya ng lahat. And that's why we're here, and we'd like to recognize again from the DNR, from the United Nations Environment Program, Ms. Helena Rey de Asis, thank you, ma'am, for the Department of Tourism. Of course, we have our good friend from way back when, Sir Benito Bingzon Jr., and our Assistant Secretary, Warner Andrada. We have the Honorable Rafael Ortega David, if she's here or coming, Mr. Teddy Monroy, also of UNIDO, Mr. Kingson Sian, Travelers International Hotel Group, and we have Mr. soon to come, I think, CEO of Mr. Mark Lapid, and Attorney Sarinas Baido of Tiesa. If I've missed out on some people, I ask for your apologies right off, but I'm basing it on what we have here, but you must be all duly acknowledged, truly, because you are a driving force and a mover and a shaker in all of what we do. Director Al Orulfo, also of the Foreign Assisted and Special Project Service of the DNR. So uulitin ko po, maraming salamat sa pagdalo ninyong lahat. Please stay for all of our panel discussions. This is really a time for us not just to exchange ideas, but to reconnect our spirits in the whole dream that we have long with PSEPSD and all our partner institutions aspired for, which is really that tourism, as it is a major driver for our economy, becomes the kind of thrust that incorporates climate sensitive, resiliency driven, green infrastructure, sustainable practices. All of that will be discussed at greater length in the course of these 2 days. But please share all that you have to share coming from each of your stations, each of your sectors, because that will benefit not only what we do in the next few years, but what the earth and all our future generations truly deserve. Sa inyong lahat po, maraming salamat. Welcome, mabuhay, and let us applaud the transformative spirit that has brought us all here for tourism and all that makes our country the kind of cradle of dreams that it is for all of us. Mabuhay po, magandang umaga sa ating lahat.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Dr. Nerig Acosta, a true champion of the earth and of future generations. Environmental conservation is truly one of the mandates of this project, and the Department of Environment and Natural Resources, or DNR, is one of the agencies helping us to realize that. So, to give another welcoming remark, let us call on the Director of Foreign Assisted and Special Projects Service of the Department of Environment and Natural Resources and a member of the Philippine Stakeholders Advisory Group for Sustainable Tourism. Ladies and gentlemen, let's all give a warm round of applause to Dr. Al Orolfo.
Thank you very much, Maki. To OIC Assistant Secretary Warner Adrada of the Department of Tourism, Mr. Jose Clemente, the third President of the Tourism Congress of the Philippines, Mr. Charlie Dongo, President of the Association of Tourism Officers in the Philippines, Ms. Helena Rey Diazes, Program Officer of the United Nations Environment Program. Of course, a while ago, we listened to Dr. Nereus Acosta, the chair of the PCPSD and his team. Let me greet also Mr. T.D. Mondroy, the UNIDO country representative. And of course, Mr. Bong Bengson, the Executive Director of the Philippine Hotel Tourism Association. And of course, the representatives of the project partners, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, a pleasant morning to all of you. On behalf of the Department of Environment and Natural Resources, it is my honor to welcome you all today in this final project event on transforming Philippine tourism, paving sustainable paths towards inclusive and climate-resilient destination. The tourism sector over the previous years gained attention from increased volume of waste from tourists, particularly plastic waste, which adversely affect our marine ecosystem and coastal areas, highlighting the international call for green recovery of tourism through the 2030 roadmap targets that will serve as a channel to reducing our carbon footprint and further scale up value orientation or economic significance of ecotourism without necessarily compromising ecological integrity of our ecosystem, our natural habitat. The transforming tourism accelerates the process towards resource efficiency of the tourism sector. The project components such as greenhouse gas emission in food waste reduction, systemic solution in waste production, and cheap and renewable energy are prerequisites to achieving sustainable tourism. The formation of the Philippine Stakeholders Advisory Group was essential in the evaluation of Philippine tourism. Likewise, the hotspot analysis used as a reference proved an effective tool in the formulation of TBC and the potential barriers and sustainability. All these undertakings are anchored towards meeting the national determined contributions, or what we call as NDC, targets and the 2030 Sustainable Development Goals for resource efficient and low carbon tourism in the country. Hence, the Department of Environment and Natural Resources commends the Philippine Center for Environmental Protection and Sustainable Development Incorporated for spearheading this initiative. Let us give PCPSD a big round of applause. The DNR, through various convergence with public and private sectors, is steadfast in safeguarding our biodiversity and environment as our natural capital, not only for the provisions of ecosystem services, but as our country's cultural heritage. For instance, the DNR facilitated projects and collaborations with the local government units, which paved the way in the formulation of Dive Ecotourism Zone in Sarangani and Ecotourism Enterprise in Siargao Island Protected Landscape and Seascape. More so, Concerned efforts were made to bridging national multi-stakeholders in an integrated approach in the management of major biodiversity corridors in the Philippines and convened international partners in the establishment of Philippine marine protected areas in various regions, including implementation of sustainable development strategy for the seas of East Asia. These initiatives support the promotion and campaign of ecotourism and sustainable tourism. Allow me, therefore, to extend my gratitude to organization and project partners, especially to, again, the Philippine Center for Environmental Protection, Sustainable Development Incorporated for the time and effort in instituting this program. Recognizing the TVC milestones and challenges from the program brings opportunity to revisit the implementation strategies, tourism operations, and policies to more robust action towards a resilient and sustainable Philippine tourism. Through united efforts, we can be champions of sustainability and reframe green tourism. To all of you, thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Al Orolfo, Director of Foreign Assisted and Special Projects of the DNR and member of the Philippine Stakeholders Advisory Group. It is all about environmental conservation. And in the words of the famous forester Baba Diyum, for in the end, we will only conserve what we understand, we will only understand what we love, and we will only love what we are taught. So today, let's all learn from all these great speakers ahead of us. Moving on to our opening sessions, we would like to call on the Department of Tourism to be represented by Assistant Secretary Warner Andrada to give the keynote address on behalf of the Honorable Tourism Secretary Cristina Frasco.
Director Al Orolfo, Mr. Jose Clemente, III, Ms. Helena Rey de Asis, Honorable Rafael Ortega David, Mr. Teddy Monroy, Mr. Kingson Sian, Honorable Robert Borge, Mr. COO Mark Lapid, and ACOO Attorney Karen May Sarinas Baido, our former Undersecretary Benito C. Bengson Jr., Secretary Dr. Nery Acosta. On behalf of the Department of Tourism, I have the honor to address everyone in this forum that tackles one of the most pressing matters that we face in tourism: transforming Philippine tourism, paving sustainable paths towards inclusive and climate-resilient destination. Tourism Secretary Cristina Frasco would have wanted to be part of this conference, if not for her tight schedule to her prior engagement of equal importance in London as part of the World Travel Mart 2022. Nevertheless, she sends her warmest regards and congratulations to all of you for organizing this program. Allow me to read this message on her behalf. Let me begin with some facts. Science is crystal clear. We know that global emissions are reaching record levels. We have seen the hottest days in years. We are seeing real consequences of climate change. At the Climate Action Summit in New York, there was a new report talking about how the climate is changing faster than the forecast. This report shows that we are on track for a 3 to 4 degrees increase in temperature by the end of the century. The world is continuously warming, and that is no laughing matter. It is quite serious and can be catastrophic. What this startling finding is saying is that we need to cut back on our consumption. Drastically, we need to bring those sustainable development goals much earlier if we ought to survive this planet. We are seeing a drier droughts, fiercer storm. What I worry about is for this side of the tropics where sea levels are rising that fastest, 3 times than the global average. What I'm afraid of is that so much of our population, so much of our cities are now living in the coastal areas. Notwithstanding these imminent threats, international organizations like United Nations Environment Program, or UNEP, remain steadfast in their commitment with us to transform the tourism industry into low-carbon, resource-efficient operation in order to increase sustainability practices and reduce costs by business and tourists. Our sincere thanks to the UNEP, Philippine Stakeholders Tourism Advisory Group members, Transforming Tourism Value Chain Project Secretariat, and tourism industry key partners to the successful conduct of the project Transforming Tourism Value Chains in developing countries and small island developing states to accelerate more resources, efficient, low-carbon development. What we are seeing here is that there is hope in the horizon as organizations like UNEP, PISTAG, which consciously take on the role of advocates and stewards of this planet. The seed that was once planted in Copenhagen 2009, a time when climate movement started to take root around the world, has since flourished tremendously and bore fruits. Of late, we saw a new paradigm shift in the national governance, a concerted call to protect our natural heritage in the Philippines. For one, transforming tourism value chain projects reflect the current thrust of the DOT as it takes on a clear course of action geared towards transforming the industry in this new era of travel tourism. Our commitment in strengthening the tourism sector and bringing together the players in the industry to reach a shared vision for a more sustainable, inclusive, and resilient tourism sector has never diminished. This is exactly why we started to pursue a shared tourism governance that places a strong impetus and sense of urgency to pursue programs towards connectivity, convenience, and equality. By first prioritizing that all our tourist destinations are made accessible through improved transportation networks, affordable travel costs, and the digitalization of tourist services. We get to address one of the current gaps of our country's tourism is facing to this day, connectivity. It is the lifeblood of our tourism industry. Our approach here is geared towards proactive and aggressive infrastructure development through collaborative partnership with allied government agencies in charge of transportation, local highways, and organizations that can help provide quality access to roads, bridges, water system, and various methods of transportation by land, sea, and air. Priority is directed in reinstating of flights that were halted by the pandemic, as well as development of new ones that will increase the accessibility of the Philippine tourism destination to both local and international travelers. This complements our second key strategies that aims to enhance the overall tourist experience and ease of movement, which together address another important touch point in our travel convenience. The department is focused on giving attention to the little things that matter in our tourism service. Here, we intend to bring into the fore the distinct Filipino branding in every steps of one's journey, from gateway to destination, to the time our guests leave for home. And we have started our work by breaking grounds on the first batch of our tourist rest area, which we have unveiled in a strategic location in the Philippines. In our major tourist destination in Mindanao, Visayas, and Luzon, three of our major island destinations in the Philippines. On the whole, it is our key objective to spotlight on equal promotion and development of tourism products and our existing offerings. By ensuring that we maximize domestic tourism, we recognize it is our duty to ensure that there is equality. Nobody, no tourist destination will be left behind. With this, we intend to expand ourselves from our traditional portfolio and explore multidimensional tourism experience. We are currently developing the existing tourism product, including dive and marine sports tourism, education, health and cruise tourism, food and gastronomy tourism, MICE tourism, and halal tourism, among others, to ensure that tourism access is felt not only on one single destination, but across the country. In pursuit of the President's vision for the tourism industry, the DOT has come up with a 7-point agenda that shall help alleviate the current challenges faced by the industry. The DOT shall work towards improving tourism infrastructure and accessibility. Second, establishing a cohesive and comprehensive digitalization and connectivity. Third, enhancing the overall tourist experience. Fourth, equalizing tourism product development and promotion. 5, diversifying our product portfolio through multidimensional tourism. 6, maximizing domestic tourism. And 7, strengthening our tourism governance through close collaboration with our local government units and stakeholders. Indeed, we have embraced these precepts of sustainable development where no one is left behind, the very spirit of United Nations Sustainable Development Goals. It is in this light that the DOT continues the effort to provide capacity building tourism stakeholder, focusing on the areas of Filipino brand of service excellence program, barrier-free tourism, tourism minds, women rights and children's safety, and sustainable tourism, among other undertakings. And today, we have gathered here once more, this time to tackle the challenges and opportunities that stakeholders currently face to move forward in sustainable tourism development. By the end of the day, we hope we can come up with undertakings that will support transforming tourism value chain project. Let us take this as a challenge for us to be responsible citizens of this planet. Cannot thank all of you enough for coming with us in finding solution to the problems that continue to beset us today. Now, the world looks to the Philippines as a global champion of sustainable tourism. Thank you for rallying with us in getting to where we are today. I, therefore, trust this workshop stimulates our thinking, our research for ideas of collaboration, and more importantly, our determination to forge a stronger partnership that will ensure a clean and better planet. I wish you all a fruitful discussion. Daghang salamat at mabuhay po kayong lahat. Padayon.
Thank you so much, ASEC Warner Andrada, for delivering the keynote address of our Tourism Secretary, Cristina Frasco. To respond to the keynote address, we have selected 3 different stakeholders. First, representing the private sector, may I introduce Mr. Jose Jojo Clemente III. Over the years, Mr. Clemente has led different corporations and organizations in the tourism sector. Currently, he serves as the president of the Tourism Congress of the Philippines and is also a member of the Philippine Stakeholders Advisory Group for Sustainable Tourism. Mr. Clemente is also the president of Rahat Tours Philippines, having held the position from 2001 to 2009 and from 2013 up to the present, with some of his past engagements including being the project director of the 2013 Travel Tour Expo of the Philippine Travel Agencies Association and Movenpick Resort and Spa Cebu's Director of Sales and Marketing from 2011 to 2012. Ladies and gentlemen, a big round of applause for Mr. Jose Clemente III.
Good morning. With your indulgence, I'd like to dispense with the acknowledgements. I think we all know who the important people in the room are. So, thank you. Thank you, Dr. Acosta. After 2 years of not being able to meet people face to face, it's quite a relief now to actually be in touch physically with everyone. And the other advantage of doing this face to face is that if you get bored with all the presentations, you cannot block me, you cannot mute me, and you cannot turn off your camera. So it's good to be here. It's nice to have human touch again. Okay. Again, good morning. No? Before anything else, the Tourism Congress of the Philippines would like to sincerely thank the Philippine Center for Environmental Protection and Sustainable Development, Inc., for inviting us to be part of this timely and relevant conference. We are truly honored to be a partner of the PCEPSD in the continuing drive to work for a truly sustainable Philippine tourism industry. This is a partnership we started over 2 years ago. We were approached by Executive Director June Alvarez, and no question about it, we wanted to be part of PCEPSD. And this subject, this matter that we are tackling today has never been more imperative than the present. So it is indeed a privilege to be here. As tourism resumes after 2 years of the pandemic, we wake up to a vastly different world with new challenges, which we need to adapt to as we move towards full recovery. The United Nations Environment Program, UNEP, and the United Nations World Tourism Organization, or the UNWTO, defines sustainable tourism as tourism that takes full account of its current and future economic, social, and environmental impacts, addressing the needs of visitors, the industry, the environment, and host communities. As we can see, there are several elements to consider when tackling this timely subject. Not only do we look at the environmental aspects, but also at the social effects, as both are intertwined and impact each other to various degrees. What the environment does affects what people do when they travel, and what people do affects what the environment becomes. It is a yin and yang that needs to find the perfect balance to coexist. As the UNEP and UNWTO also defines, it also involves all participants in this adventure we call tourism. As stakeholders, we must be conscious of what our guests need and want while preserving the environment. As visitors, we should be conscious and respectful of the places we visit and leaving it as we came to it, or even better. As stakeholders and visitors, we must ensure to preserve the environment for our continued enjoyment, and more importantly, for the enjoyment of the generations that will come after us. We must also take care and learn from the host communities we visit and look toward quality and not quantity. As we can see, the drive towards sustainable tourism is a symbiotic process. Now, what are we seeing these days as far as sustainability is concerned? We are glad to say that in the time that sustainable tourism has been a byword, Government and stakeholders have taken concrete steps to make it so. I might be taking a page from the talk that Executive Director Bong Bengson might have for the FOA, but I would like to cite some examples from around the industry that have been adapted towards sustainable tourism. Some examples include the effort by a good number of our accommodation stakeholders to bring down or even eliminate the presence of single-use plastics by replacing bottled water in rooms with pitchers or jugs that can be refilled in water stations around the properties. A lot of the accommodations establishments have also implemented power consumption reduction measures. So this explains that when you go to your hotel room, probably is that you have to stick your VIN card into a slot to open the electricity of the room to activate it. And that's not because the hotel is saving money, but it also helps in reducing electrical consumption. Many have also implemented comprehensive waste management processes and policies which have greatly helped the environment as more tourists have visited our shores. We have also seen the reduction of food being served for buffets in the properties outlets, not because they wish to lessen the quantity of their offering, but more of reducing food wastage. Companies like El Nido Resorts have been implementing green measures for years, which has led to positive results and the preservation of their immediate area. Just recently, as an example of what other countries are doing, Park Royal Collection, Marina Bay in Singapore, has just created the position of a director for sustainability in their hotels. So it just goes to show really that sustainability is becoming an urgent matter. It's an urgent thing that the industry has to address. For tour companies such as ours, what are we doing? We engage in small practices such as including reusable water bottles that we give to our guests so that we greatly reduce or even eliminate the need for buying bottled water, which are in single-use bottles. We also recommend to our clients destinations and properties that have green policies in place. What we are seeing in the past few years or even in the months that we have reopened is that most tourists that want to visit the Philippines are looking for places that are natural in what they are. Secondly, we have also faced questions from our clients. What are the green initiatives of the places that we are staying at? So it's no longer just enough to say that you will be staying in a 5-star resort or a 4-star resort, but they are also curious to find out how these accommodation establishments are helping to promote sustainable tourism. So as I said earlier, it's not only the stakeholders that are concerned about sustainability, but even the travelers themselves. For the tourist transport sector, for instance, buses are now required to have Euro 4 engines, which contribute lesser to emission and create lower carbon footprints. The same for the airline industry, as aircraft manufacturers are also testing and coming out with new planes that are more fuel efficient and again, reducing their carbon footprint. What more can we do to make sustainable tourism a reality? Here are just a few suggestions that government and stakeholders can consider and implement while we continue towards that goal. Number one, and this is something that former Undersecretary Bengson and Asek Andrada would agree with me, is that we need to commission pragmatic and science-based recommendations for the carrying capacities of our various tourism destinations to ensure that we are truly protecting them and not falling prey to over-tourism. Over-tourism was a problem that places like Thailand, or specifically places like Phuket and Pattaya, had a problem with years ago. And of course, Boracay with the closure a few years ago, that was being addressed. And as we are now resuming tourism again, although we are not receiving the numbers yet that we had pre-pandemic, it will become a concern as people are really, really starting to mobilize and visit other countries again. Not only, not only do we need to find out what carrying capacities are, but implementation will strictly need to be enforced. Let's not pay lip service to carrying capacities. The study is there for a reason, and it is to determine just how much these destinations can withstand as far as traffic is concerned. To some, this may be an unpopular stance, but it needs to be done. To be honest, I was one of those members of the stakeholders that during the closure of Boracay basically agreed with the rationale of closing the island, but at the same time had some disagreements with how it was to be implemented. But during the pandemic, I also created maybe some enemies because of the idea that we need to study carrying capacities before we reopen. This is the time, the 2 years that we had during the pandemic was time for us to reassess and reevaluate where we are as a destination and to implement what needed to be done. Only by ensuring that our destinations are not being overused can we guarantee that future generations will be able to enjoy them. Of course, these capacities need to be regularly reviewed to see if adjustments need to be made. By no means are carrying capacities set in stone. As we know, the world is ever changing and there will be conditions that might cause carrying capacities to either be allowed to increase or even decrease. A good consequence of having these carrying capacities in place is that it also places an impetus on the government and stakeholders to develop new destinations to diffuse the number of tourists in the overpopulated areas. That gives otherwise overlooked places the chance to also benefit from the fruits of tourism. It spreads revenues on a broader scale and gives us more options as far as tourism products that the Philippines can offer. Okay. Number 2, continue the education of stakeholders, communities, and even guests regarding practices that will ensure sustainable tourism. Many still have a nebulous understanding of what it is, and it is only through going out into the communities and associations and engaging guests and thoroughly explaining what sustainable tourism is can it be truly embraced. I believe that we have all the relevant organizations and stakeholders in the room right now, and discussions can already be initiated as how this can be done. Okay. Education is one of my advocacies. I was mentioning to some of our other attendees this morning that I used to be an adjunct faculty at Enderan, and education is something that we cannot and should not ever take for granted. So as in general subjects, we also have particular subjects like tourism sustainability that we can continue to disseminate to all the stakeholders and communities. Number 3, look at the best practices of the countries and companies that are consistently rated as the best in sustainable tourism and how we can adopt what they have done in the Philippines. An example is the Accor Hotel Group that is targeting zero carbon by 2050 and the elimination of single-use plastics in their hotels by the end of 2022. 2022, which is in about 6 weeks or so. Very admirable initiatives. These kinds of measures yes, yan. Oo, dapat solar, we should be using solar microphones. That's a good idea, Dr. Neric, no? Maybe time to time to invent that. Yeah. These kinds of measures are attainable and doable in the Philippines. It is only a matter of, and I emphasize is the willingness to do it and stick to it. Yun ang problema. That's always the problem, is that we come up with all these ideas. Filipinos are good with the ideas. But when it comes to implementation, that's where we sort of fall off. So we need to have the willingness to do it. Okay. 4, standardize and customize standards for sustainable tourism and implement it. In the Philippines, you have an archipelago which will require different types of standards. You have tropical destinations, you have beach destinations, you have mountain destinations, but there are standard sustainable practices that can be done in a common way. And what I mean by customize is that we also do it in a way that addresses their particular environments. Okay. As I close, this is the message we need to understand. For tourism to continue and for countries to benefit from its fruits, we must consciously ensure that sustainability is at the forefront of our efforts. Our sites, our destinations, and our resources are not infinite. With the challenges we are facing with climate change, among other things, it becomes more urgent for us to start now and step up the efforts to preserve the only planet that we have. And with that, thank you very much and good morning.
Thank you so much, Mr. Jojo Clemente of the Tourism Congress of the Philippines, for that very insightful response. All right, our second responder represents the consumer sector. So may I introduce Ms. Lucky Alabado, who will be presenting Exploring the Philippines Sustainable Tourism Offerings. Ms. Alabado founded the Philippine-focused food, travel, and lifestyle social media blog site known as Discover Manila, which currently has over 2 million followers. She served as a core speaker in the Zomato Summit for Restaurant Owners in 2017, a resource speaker for digital marketing for Globe My Business Lakbay sessions for restaurant, hotel, and cafe owners nationwide in 2018, and hosts workshops on social media management, content planning, and production. In 2021, Ms. Alabado became a Department of Tourism ambassador. Ladies and gentlemen, please, a big round of applause for Ms. Lucky Alabado.
Thank you so much, sir. And it is truly an honor to be in the same room with some or most of the key stakeholders in the tourism industry of the Philippines. Thank you so much for having me, and good morning, everyone. So for this morning, I prepared a short presentation for me to explain my topic, which is exploring the Philippines' sustainable tourism offerings. So just to quickly share, so I am Lucky Alabado. I am the founder of Discover Manila. So the blog that I started actually talks about food, travel, and social lifestyle and adventures of anything and everything about the Philippines. So this is just the stats. Currently, it's over 2 million followers, and I've been doing this since 2015. And we've been exploring different destinations across the country. All right. So for the first parts, I want to share some of the trends of the tourism in the Philippines that we've observed, even during the pandemic and after the pandemic. So trend number 1. So travelers right now actually prefer safe, open, clean, and private spaces. So the travelers were deeply affected by the pandemic that happened, and now they are more concerned about safety and cleanliness. Travelers, oh sorry, can go back. Travelers now also prefer some private home to villa rentals wherein it's either just them Thank you. Or their groups will be occupying a space where they're not really mingling as much with other people. And they also prefer contactless payments and flexible bookings in terms of flights, hotel reservations, and sometimes even restaurant reservations. And travelers right now are more willing to actually visit natural environments with less crowded destinations. In turn, we've seen like a recent hike in car camping events in across the Philippines. This one specifically was in somewhere in the south. This was near Tagaytay. And we go to trend number 2. So one of the trends of tourism in the Philippines are social media worthy spots, or now what they call revenge travel. So travelers go to social media to discover new places to go. They search for videos, they see photos of different places that actually influences their travel plans. So revenge travel was a term coined after the pandemic when people wanted to take revenge from all the time that they weren't able to travel or all the travel plans that were canceled due to the pandemic. And then trend number 3 is be leisure travel. So this is mixing business and leisure, since a lot of people started to adapt from work from home situations, and we have a lot of digital nomads and creatives across the country. This is one of the trends that's being adapted in different destinations. So a lot of hotels actually change their offerings to like work-friendly situations or even offering long-term stays. So creatives, freelancers, and remote workers will look for business hotels that have really good internet connection and a good working environment. So some of the destinations are even rebranding themselves for them to be able to capture this market. Next. Then we go to trend number 4. Trend number 4 is transformative travel. Now, people after the pandemic are more intentional in terms of the locations that they choose. It's not just to go in a certain destinations to view sites. Some of them are very intentional in terms of having experiences that will transform them or have an impact in their lives. So this is traveling to stretch, learn, and grow into new ways of being and engaging with the world. So this is a more immersive experience that aims to inspire personal transformation, growth, and self-fulfillment. And last, this is trend number 5. People go for sustainable travel and community-centric destinations. So a lot of the current tourism market right now are more sensitive in terms of the locations that they go to. And travelers are more conscious of their environmental impact, which is good. So they choose destinations that are more sensitive in terms of the waste and in terms of the types of tours that they actually cater. They're also on the lookout for community-based tourism, providing experiences that empowers locals. So most of the locations that people or travelers right now choose are destinations that actually involve the communities that live in it. This one was in Lake Cebu. It's okay. All right. So I would like to give like a few examples of some eco-friendly and sustainable destinations in the Philippines that we recently visited. So just 2 months ago, we were in Iloilo City. And quite timely because the half-day Iloilo City culinary tour that we did actually offered a carbon offset certificate. So the travel agency that we worked with, they measured the CO2 emissions that we were able to get during the trip, and they would offset it with a certificate for us. And they work with the Sustainable Travel International Company to use to convert that into funds to help fund projects that offset some carbon emissions. So these are projects that sorry. So these are projects that help fund to make more sustainable initiatives from across the world. So there are certain travel agencies in our country that are accredited to give certificates like this. Next is in Rizal. So if you're familiar with the Masungis Geo Reserve, so this is a conservation area wherein they also have planting and trekking activities to actually preserve and do reforestation in the vicinity. Next is, of course, Batanes. So Batanes, as we all know, it's famous for its rolling hills, rugged coastline, and beautiful scenery. It's declared as a heritage and ecotourism zone. So while developments are on the island, the priority of the place is still to preserve its natural and cultural heritage. So Batanes gets actually stay in homestays run by the locals, which makes it very sustainable and community-centric because everybody plays a part whenever there are tourists in the area. And last example for this is Ilocos Sur. So the preservation of vegans Calle Crisologo and the tours that Ilocos Sur actually offers deeply involves the community. So they offer tours that you can explore the local pottery and weaving in the area, as well as it contributes to the growth of the economy with the local food tours that they do. So lastly, how do we further promote these destinations to the general public? The most basic one right now and the most accessible for everyone is, of course, awareness through social media. So if to be a responsible traveler and share your experience of your travels online through photos and videos. And of course, offline conversations, word of mouth still stands effective in 2022. So that's the end of my presentation. Thank you so much and good morning.
Thank you so much for that colorful and wonderful presentation, Miss Lucky Alabado. We are lucky indeed to have a millennial in our roster of speakers. They are pointing us, they're pointing the way for us towards, in this day and age of blogging and social media with its expanded reach. They are a key sector in tourism. So thank you, Miss Lucky. And last but not the least, to respond to the keynote address is a representative from the international community. Our distinguished speaker, Ms. Helena Rey de Asis, has been working at United Nations Environment Program's Economy Division since 2005. She works at the Consumption and Production Unit and is responsible for mainstreaming sustainable consumption and production patterns in tourism value chains. Ms. De Asis represents UNEP at the Multi-Advisory Committee Program on Sustainable Tourism within the 10 years framework program on sustainable consumption and production. She currently manages the project Transforming Tourism Value Chains to Lower Greenhouse Gas Emissions in Small Island Development States. Further, Ms. De Asis has more than 20 years of experience working as a project manager in South America, Europe, Asia Pacific, and Africa. Ladies and gentlemen, a warm Philippine round of applause to Ms. Helena Rey de Asis.
Thank you. Well, good morning, everyone. First of all, I would like to congratulate the wonderful Filipino hospitality and people. It's my third time here in Philippines, and I hope it's not going to be the last. And as the tourism board says, is more fun in Philippines. So I want to still see the places that Mrs. Abalado has showed us here today. But dear ladies and gentlemen, we are here for a serious talk. And I really hope that you all contribute to this. And for many years, we have been denying the alerts from science and nature and continue business as usual in the Philippines. The country ranked the third among all of the countries with the highest climate risk worldwide, according to the World Risk Reports in 2018. The tourism development model focused on number of arrivals and economic growth. This is not longer viable. The good news is that we can act now, and we still have the power and the solutions to reverse this trend and to support the sustainable tourism recovery. This action needs to be based on science-based approaches and indicators that address key environmental and social impacts, at the same time that support the livelihoods of local tourism destinations. The tourism sector is estimated to be responsible of 8% of greenhouse gas emissions. The sector is strongly dependent on fossil fuel energy and food imports. This sector creates value chains that make inefficient use of resources and are susceptible to climate change impacts that can impact negatively nature and biodiversity. The financial sector and the insurance organizations have already started to ask for more action from businesses and governments to ensure tourism can thrive in the multiple crises that we live, not only the health crisis, but in the waste and pollution crisis, the nature crisis, and the climate crisis. This conference marks the closing of the UNEP project, Transforming Tourism Value Chain. UNEP has been implementing this project since 2017 with PCEPSD and other partners that have been mentioned before. We have helped countries, not only Philippines, Mauritius, St. Lucia, Dominican Republic as well, in their efforts to reduce emissions and to improve their efficiency by using key environmental indicators with specific mitigation and resource efficiency priorities. Within the framework of the project, a roadmap for low carbon hotel sector with efficiency use of resources in the Philippines was developed. There are striking numbers of that assessment. For example, over 90% of the water used in the tourism value chains is used to grow food that is served in hotels and restaurants. I know Filipinos love food, but 90%, you have to agree with me, it's too much. It means that this food is being produced with more water than need, more energy than need. And 40% of the GHG emissions is also related to food production. So in this context, some priority environmental issues with high GHG emissions have been identified, and we have been helping hotels to get to know how to act. I wish this conference present the good case studies of those hotels that have advanced to share solutions and to create a sharing knowledge platform that can be done to build back the sector better in future. And so it's my sincere hope that the Philippines can start today to build the tourism of tomorrow and light up a path that shows the rest of the world what a sustainable tourism future looks like. A future in which our planet, nature, and people continues to flourish and prosper. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Ms. Helena de Asis. Merci beaucoup. That concludes our first set of speakers. May we call on stage for a photo opportunity Dr. Neric Acosta, together with Dr. Al Orolfo, and our speakers, Mr. Jojo Clemente, Ms. Lucky Alabado, and Ms. Helena de Asis. Thank you so much. To our audience, we will be dispensing with the 10-minute break on your program to allow us to hear more of the presentations this morning. Networking can be conducted during our lunch break. But at the meantime, while we're having this photo op, please feel free to stand up, stretch your legs, but we will proceed right away with the first panel after this photo taking. Once again, a big round of applause. Yeah, maybe call on Mr. Jun Alvarez to join the group. Once again, thank you so much, ASEC Warner Andrada, who gave the keynote address on behalf of Secretary Frasco, and to our three responders, Ms. Helena de Asis, Ms. Lucky Alabado, and Mr. Jojo Clemente. Thank you also, Dr. Al Orolfo of DNR, for the welcome remarks. Moving on to panel one. So we will begin with our panel one. And as you know, a panel discussion is a useful approach that presents multiple viewpoints where we can acquire much information from the presentations and discussions. The first panel discussion is called Driving Climate Action in Philippine Tourism, looking at status and progress. We all know how important the tourism sector here in our country is. I guess one of the industries that the Philippines is investing in is this sector, as we are able to showcase the beauty of our tourist destinations in the country. May I introduce the first speaker now for panel one, Ms. Ayla Lair M. Gutierrez, who is a development consultant and research manager at the Asian Institute of Management's Dr. Andrew L. Tan Center for Tourism. She is also a senior consultant at Warwick and Rogers and the Sustainable Tourism Specialist of the Masungi Geo Reserve Foundation, Inc. Ms. Gutierrez has been engaged in several commission research projects with the University of Auckland, Konrad Adenauer Stiftung Philippines, and Japan, Department of Tourism, and Philippine Apex Study Center Network to discuss an overview of sustainable tourism in the Philippines. Let's give a big warm round of applause to Ms. Ayla Lair M. Gutierrez.
So, good morning, everyone. Magandang umaga. I hope everyone is still awake and alive, right? Because we have a long day ahead. So, thank you very much for the very generous introductions. I am Ayla Gutierrez of the Asian Institute of Management. So, I'm the research manager, and just like the previous speakers, we've been talking about sustainability for years now, right? So, for the next 7 minutes that I have, which is quite challenging to provide an overview on sustainable tourism, allow me to try to, I guess, provide bits and pieces of how we can better understand what sustainable tourism means. So let me try. Okay. So for the next 7 minutes, allow me to tell you, I guess, what sustainable tourism is not, instead of telling you again and again what sustainable tourism is. right? Because over the years that we have been discussing this topic, we already have our own assumptions, our own ideas of what sustainable tourism means. But oftentimes, what we don't realize is that maybe, just maybe, our preconceptions is not exactly what it tries to depict, right? So I think my clicker isn't working. Okay, so for the click for the fifth slide. Okay, so first is that for others, sustainable tourism is a millennial concept, right? Like a new, a modern concept. So I guess, sorry, this clicker isn't working. Okay. So the first preconception of people is that when they hear sustainable tourism, they think that it's a modern concept. It's just a trend, right? We don't really have to deal with it because it's something that's new. But really, in reality, imagine since 1987, the term has been there. So what it tells us is that over the years, even in 1912, this is a copy of a news article that talks about sustainability or the issues of the world in talking about in the concept of industrial revolution, what the problems are with the environment alongside development. And there we have the Millennium Development Goals, which we now know as the Sustainable Development Goals. And yet, even after the pandemic, after every crazy thing that happened to us, we are still talking about the topic. So again, if people tell you that it's just a trend, it's something that's, just a spur of a moment, think again, because it's been there in the conversation ever since. And this just goes to show that this topic is quite important, right? Next. Some of you would think about sustainable tourism. Sorry, I just noticed I'm still wearing a mask. My apology. Sustainable tourism is just about the environment. For most of us, when we talk about sustainability, we just see, okay, it's about the environment, it's about planting trees, it's about saving electricity and stuff like that, right? But in reality, if we just focus on the environment, we're missing the entire picture of what sustainability means, which is basically these 3 Ps that we call. So when you remember sustainability, it just goes around 3 Ps. So that's people, planet, and profit. What does that mean? When we talk about sustainability, we talk about first, yes, of course, tourism has to take care, has to conserve, has to preserve the environment. But beyond that, people must be involved, obviously, because who will be preserving, who will be taking care of the environment, if not the people, right? So what it means is that tourism, sustainable tourism, is a type of activity that not just only conserves or protects the environment, but also allows the development to be felt, to be trickled down by the people themselves so that they realize that, it's worth conserving the environment. And obviously, this cannot be felt without the last P, which is profit, right? Which is making business, because obviously, tourism is about making profits, it's about making business. Again, this 3 Ps does not delimit you from, adding another P, maybe politics, or maybe adding another letter, for example, right? But at the basis, at the core of what sustainable tourism is, really, is that it has to be a balance between the environment, between the people, and of course, the business transaction that surrounds it, right? So the next slide, I guess, because people were talking about, and when I saw a while ago, Miss Lucky was talking about the examples on sustainability. People, I saw the twinkling eyes of the people that, yes, there's an example of sustainability here in the Philippines. Fortunately, there are quite a lot of examples. Beyond that, so let me share one. So I don't know if you've heard of the Bohol River cruise. So this is located in Aluginsan, Cebu. So I was lucky enough that when Philippine tourism opened this year, I was able to visit and get a first-hand experience of the Bohol Aluginsan tour. So I went there last July 2022. And let me tell you that this is 100% community-based ecotourism destination. What does that mean? It means that the community 100% operates and manage the entire destination. So imagine walking through just the photos, right? In the uppermost right photo, I was surprised because my expectations weren't really that high, right? When I came, it's like, where am I, right? The decorations and everything. And then when you enter, you get a a hospitality and a hospitable experience wherein the locals, the nanays, the tatays, the ates, they really welcome you with this charming song and dance that basically depicts what the culture is in the river, right? And then afterwards, this I was surprised because when I was talking to my tour guide, she would tell me, imagine a mother, a nanay, a local nanay, she would tell me about the random species, all the mangrove species across the river. I mean, I couldn't imagine memorizing them. It looks practically the same to me, but the way she explains how each mangrove works, how it defends the environment, and why it's important to keep them, it's just, you know, majestic to see that you don't really see that in a lot of destinations, right? And then afterwards, they serve you a local meal. So this is tinola, tinolang manok, and then they give you a fresh buko juice or whatnot, right? So again, it's quite simple. But when I learned about, so you probably have to pay 400 to 600 pesos here. But when they talked to me about how they spend their money, this is where I got really surprised. First of all, they allot 10% of their entire funds to the local tourism government, their LGU, right? And 40% of the funds goes to the maintenance of the area for the payment of the people. But the rest of it, the rest of the 100% income actually goes to scholarship funding, to assistance to community. So imagine, even during the pandemic, this tourism destination actually helped establish community pantries. So they themselves, the organizers, the Bayatas, the Boho Aluginsan Ecotourism Tours Association, they created community pantries to help other people and to talk about how environment, taking care of the environment and balancing it with tourism actually makes sense. So yes, beyond the examples that you have seen and you have provided, there are a lot of examples in the Philippines. It just needs more, I guess, exploration. Like for example, in Aluginsan, it wasn't an easy ride getting here. I had to travel, I guess, 4 hours from the city. So when you ask people what's in Boho, they wouldn't really know, right? So I guess it's also a challenge for us to try to step out of our comfort zone, out of the usual tourism destinations, and try to discover other sustainable tourism examples, right? Next. So you might be thinking, okay, there's sustainability concept. There are people who are doing it, but then what does it impact? I mean, it doesn't impact me. I don't impact sustainable tourism. I hear this a lot of times. People would say, I don't really care about sustainability because it has nothing to do with me. Well, unfortunately, in reality, there is. I guess most of us are travelers here, right? Who among you have traveled for the past 6 months when the travel and tourism opened? Okay, before the pandemic, who else have traveled? All of us, right? So imagine, sorry, the graph. If you could see, imagine as a traveler, if you think, I guess, in a more holistic perspective, the fact that you rode an airplane, the fact that you rode a car, a jeepney, a taxi, you're already contributing to the environment. And the fact that you've booked an accommodation, booked a hotel, purchased food, souvenirs, and whatnot, all of it are actually contributing to the environment. So unfortunately, if you think you're not contributing to this entire agenda, well, it's not true, right? Second, others would say that, okay, if there's sustainability, how will it affect me as an individual, right? How many times have you been to destinations, not just in the Philippines, but in other countries, wherein you see that, okay, my expectations was that it will be this beautiful, this clean, this Instagrammable, but then once you get there, you're just surprised that it's as polluted, the prices of the food are expensive, everything isn't just what it's picturesque as it would be, right? Because in reality, when we talk about sustainable tourism, we also talk about sustainable communities. Imagine if, for example, in Pasay City, if the transportation isn't fixed, if roads aren't there, if food isn't secured, then how will you ensure the same experience will be different if you were a tourist, right? So a sustainable tourism experience actually highly depends on the presence of sustainable communities. And finally, since I've been reminded I have 1 minute left, Others would say, okay, this has been mentioned a while ago by the previous speakers. Others would think, okay, so maybe, yeah, I can contribute, but then how, right? Actually, I just encountered this article wherein 2022 is actually specifically the woke era. So I think Miss Lucky has already mentioned this a while ago. It's actually a woke era wherein people are really pushing for green movement. And this is that time to actually talk about how many percent of the Filipinos actually prefer purchasing sustainable items. How many of us have bought tumblers, hydro flask, whatnot, right? With the hope that we will stop using plastic bottles. How many of us have purchased locally produced, community produced, maybe slippers or sandals or whatnot, right? So it's a trend. Even if it's expensive, people would now buy it. And the same goes for tourism. People are now more open-minded, are now more willing to try to experience a more sustainable travel adventure. And with that, I guess that ends my 7-minute mark in my presentation. Thank you very much. It's a great opportunity to be here.
Thank you, Ayla. How old are you? 27. Okay. Again, a young millennial. I just asked Ayla how old she was. She's 27. Miss Lucky is 29. We are indeed fortunate to have these young speakers with us today because it reminds us also that all our efforts are also for them. The next generation is here in the house. Moving on, let me call the second speaker, an advocate for climate action. Ms. Brenda Botardo is a graduate of Bachelor of Science in Chemical Engineering from Batangas State University. At present, she is pursuing her professional career as a program officer in PSEPSD, in charge of the National Eco-Labeling Program known as Green Choice Philippines. Through her work and personal endeavors, Ms. Botardo aspires to promote sustainability and provide innovative solutions that will protect the environment. For her presentation, Brenda will be talking about sustainable solutions, greening the food service and tourism sector. Ladies and gentlemen, let's all welcome Ms. Brenda Botardo of PSEPSD.
Hi, good morning, everyone. So just a little introduction of myself. So I'm Brenda Botardo, the Program Officer of National Eco-Labeling Program, Green Choice Philippines under Philippine Center for Environmental Protection and Sustainable Development Incorporated, or what you also known as PSEPSD. So for this panel discussion about driving climate action and tourism sector in the Philippines, I'll be presenting to you the organization Sustainable Solutions, greening the food service and tourism industry. So just to give you a little bit overview of our organization, here are the challenges and the significant issues that we like to address. So the global greenhouse gas emissions of the tourism sector is contributing 8 to 11%. And then the possible percentage increase of GHGs in the global tourism sector is expected to increase by 25% annually. And then in the Philippines, we have 2.7 metric ton of carbon dioxide, where it accounts scope 1 to scope 3 emissions. So for scope 1 emissions, wherein I think you're very familiar, it is the use of direct fuels, and it accounts 3%. And for scope 2 emissions of 21%, it accounts to the use of electricity. And the scope 3 emission, which is, as you can see, the highest one, it came from food purchases and waste generation. So the significant issues that we are going to address is the polluted water discharge from restaurants, and of course, the increasing usage of disposables. And the last one is the food safety. And as you all know, there are increasing communicable and non-communicable diseases in the Philippines. So these are the main significant issues that we are going to address. So to fight those challenges, we have here
the global sustainable goals. And what we want to address, what we want to deal with is this SDG 12, the responsible consumption and production. And this target is to ensure a sustainable consumption and production patterns. And it is also about doing more and better with less. And you know, by the concept of decoupling, this doing more and better with less is about as we minimize the usage of resources and lowers the environmental impact, we increase the quality of life and the economic value. So yeah, so now to align with the SDG 12, here we, oh, sorry. Yeah, about PSEPSD, we are one of the pioneering organization to have initiatives for sustainable consumption and production. And here are our tools and practices that we use to have or to address those challenges of SCP. So we have life cycle assessment trainings. We also provide assistance for sustainability, capacity building, workshops, and conferences, and also green public procurement. But this green public procurement, we just provide assistance to you guys to have to connect or to help you participate with green public procurement, and of course, product eco-labeling. So yeah, so this is our national eco-labeling program, Green Choice Philippines. As you all know, this is the only eco-label in the Philippines. So it is a voluntary third-party type 1 eco-labeling program under ISO 14024, and it considers a life cycle of a product, but not just a life cycle of a product. We also focus to balance environment, the quality of life, and of course, the local and international initiatives. And we also develop a criteria for different products and services, and not just criteria based on a product, but also we consider the use, or we develop a criteria without compromising the quality and economic value of that product. And we satisfy the health and safety of the consumers. And then we award GCP seal of approval. And just an overview of our certification process. We have the application where you will submit the requirements to our organization, and then we will review those documents, and then we'll have site audits to validate all your claims, all your environmental claims, and then we will have post-evaluation, and then after that, after we all check all the documents, you complied with the requirements, then we will give you an approval, and then we'll award you the GCP seal of approval. So now for our food service establishment, this is one of the eco-labeling criteria that we have right now, the food service establishment. And as you all know, based on our study, 4 out of 10 Filipinos are eating in quick service restaurants. And of course, with the varying conditions, with changing consumption patterns, it will lead to negative challenges to the environment, and then other food-related issues. And there is an increase in the food-related and environmental issues such as nutritional content, food handling and safety practices, waste management, resource use. And because of this, we develop an eco-labeling criteria for food and service establishments in partnership with DENR. And so there you go. There we have our criteria, GCP 2019-0034 food service establishment. This criteria has been reviewed when the Sustainable Diner Project has launched before, and it was spearheaded by the Worldwide Fund for Nature Philippines WWF-PH. So these are just some of the requirements that needed. There are mandatory and voluntary. For mandatory requirements, we have food and health safety, nutrition, environmental management, and resource efficiency. And for voluntary requirements, we check, of course, if this food service establishment have innovative performance indicator, like they have MRF, or they have diversion methods, or recycling facility in their establishment. And currently, we have 4 food service establishment who have been awarded by by Green Choice Philippines. These are Veranda Restaurant from Taal Vista Hotel, Sun Coral Cafe and Pico Restaurant at Pico de Loro Cove, and Anzani New Mediterranean Cuisine. So my question now is, why should a business or establishment apply for a GCP seal? Of course, you know, people nowadays are getting more aware about sustainability, and they are more aware, and they are more they wanted to have a sustainable consumption. So this GCP seal of approval will have a market positioning as a green product. And if your establishment have a mission and vision towards sustainability, I think GCP seal of approval will strengthen or they will have an environmental credential, given that they have GCP seal of approval. And of course, there will be a competitive advantage to the market, and will have access to initiatives given by the government. And then they will be able to participate to green, public, and private procurement. So that's it for my presentation. And if you want to check our website, you can check pisepsd.org.ph, and for inquiries, you can check Green Choice. You can email us at greenchoicephilippines@pisepsd.org.ph. And if you want to know about this GCP criteria, you can check on our booth that we have there, the QR code that you can scan, so you can check that out. So thank you very much.
So much. Thank you so much, Miss Brenda Butardo. Excellent presentation and very eye-opening. Many of us did not realize that there is already a eco-labeling standard, no, for food service establishments. 4 out of the thousands and thousands out there, at least we have 4, no, leading the way. I hope many of the hotel and restaurant establishments represented here will follow suit. And also to all our viewers on Zoom, I hear we have close to 30 participants on Zoom together with us in this conference, including hotels and restaurants. And they come from all over the country, like Tagaytay, Batangas, Metro Manila, and Bacolod. So a pleasant morning, and I hope everyone is enjoying and learning from this conference. Next speaker for this panel is Mr. Julius Manabat, a holder of Masters in Public Management at the Ateneo School of Government. Mr. Manabat is the current acting supervising tourism operations officer of the La Union Provincial Tourism Office, promoting collaborative efforts to engage the province to become a more sustainable destination. He also serves as the chief of the Tourism Operations Unit of the same department. Mr. Manabat will be focusing his lecture on a call for sustainable and transformative tourism destinations responding to climate urgency. Ladies and gentlemen, a warm round of applause to Mr. Julius A. Manabat.
Good morning to everyone. I'm very honored to be speaking with you today in representation of our governor, Governor Rafael Veronica Ortega David from the provincial government of La Union. And because our governor has an equally important event to attend to, she would want us to send her video message, which will be played now.
Present in today's event, Transforming Tourism Philippine Conference, Paving Sustainable Paths Towards Inclusive and Climate Resilient Destinations. A pleasant day to all of you. I would also like to give my greetings to the Philippine Center for Environmental Protection and Sustainable Development Incorporated, who organized this event. On behalf of the province of La Union, I express my deepest gratitude as we are honored that you have considered La Union's Green Tourism Enterprises Program as a key tourism initiative to be shared in today's event. I am very much excited for this avenue to share to you how we in La Union initiate programs, projects, and activities that do not only promote our tourist destinations and enterprises, but also take care of the environment and customer safety. Unfortunately, due to an equally important commitment today, I am sorry for not being able to join you face to face. Nonetheless, please know that I am with you in thoughts and heart. Rest assured that I have sent a very much proficient Senior Administrative Officer of the La Union Provincial Tourism Office in the person of Mr. Julius Manabat to present to you our Green Tourism Enterprises Program of the Provincial Government of La Union. Finally, through my call for La Union Provincianihan, I give you our province's full support in all your endeavors towards sustainable tourism in the Philippines. Josti Agnina, thank you very much, and may our presentation inspire more LGUs to push for green enterprises.
So that's Governor Rafael Veronica Ortega David. So I'll start my presentation. When the COVID-19 pandemic hit the world, we observed that major shifts in how we operate as a country as well as in our day-to-day lives. Many mitigation response efforts were implemented to gradually adapt to the new normal. In these efforts, we observe the resiliency of our people. Hence, as we hold onto our resiliency and sense of urgency, the provincial government of La Union recalibrated its strategies and developed the Stronger La Union roadmap. One of the core objectives of this roadmap is to spur environment-friendly tourism development. One of the initiatives that we have implemented to achieve this objective is the Green Tourism Program. Green Tourism Enterprises Program was launched out of the Kalikasan Naman initiative of the provincial government of La Union to prioritize ecological integrity, clean environment, and safe and responsible tourism. This is a certification program similar to the safety seal of the national government, which aim to assess and recognize tourism enterprises that maintain compliance with health and safety standards, promote social and environmental responsibility, provide protection and value to tourism workforce, advocate for local products and services, encourage tourism innovations to adapt to the current needs of the industry. As part of the provincial government of La Union's effort in promoting local identity, the seal awarded to the establishment was called the Bougainvillea Seal of Compliance. It is named after our provincial flower, which is the bougainvillea, and the seal is made out of the wood from our local government unit in Sudipen, which is proudly manufacturing wood products in our province. The Bougainvillea Seal of Compliance was divided into three major components: the bougainvillea flower, the circular leaf, and the provincial government of La Union logo. The three layers of the bougainvillea flower represent health and safety, environment and innovation. The circular leaf represents the continuity and sustainability of the program, and the PGLU logo represents identity and ownership. The enterprises under these 4 tourism subsectors were encouraged to participate in the Green Tourism Enterprises Program. We have the accommodation establishment, travel and tour establishments, food and beverage establishments, and farm tourism establishments. As we all know that our province aims to be the heart of agritourism in Northern Luzon by 2025. To ensure a holistic approach in assessing the establishments, the core criteria include tourism operations and safety and environmental practices. Under tourism operations and safety, we have hygiene and safety, operational protocols, administrative procedures, COVID-19 detection, isolation, and referral, and tourism innovations. While under environmental practices, we also assess solid waste management, reduction, reuse, and recycling, water consumption, reduction, and waste management, sanitation, and management, energy efficiency, conservation, and management, greenhouse gas emissions management and reduction, ecosystem and biodiversity conservation, air quality protection and noise reduction, and of course, environmental innovations. The Green Tourism Enterprises Program was able to award the Bougainvillea Seal of Compliance to 18 tourism establishments across the province during its pilot implementation. This is 80% higher than the total target of 10 awardees in 2021. The top 4 establishments were given incentive of health and safety and environmental awareness materials worth 50,000 pesos. In 2022, the number of applicants for the said programs grew from only 21 applicants in 2021 to 121 applicants in 2022. This growth in the number of applications can be attributed to the growing interest, appreciation, and involvement of our local tourism stakeholders in creating safe, responsible, and environment-friendly tourism in the province. In celebration of the Tourism Week, the Provincial Government of La Union awarded the Bougainvillea Seal of Compliance to additional 20 establishments, summing it up to a total of 38 establishments, which is 90% higher than the cumulative target of 20 awardees for 2022. With the implementation of the Green Tourism Enterprises Program, the provincial government of La Union was able to achieve 3 major milestones in the tourism recovery: economic vitality, environmental integrity, and social equity. Under economic vitality, we were able to have a significant increase in our tourist arrivals from only 31,000 in 2020 to 113,000 in 2021, which is 257% higher. Subsequently, our estimated tourism receipts grew from 54 million in 2020 to 362 million in 2021, which is 569% higher. Moreover, the number of DOT accredited establishments in our province grew by 65%. Also, we were able to reinforce the promotion of local products and produced to tourism establishments in the province by responsibly emphasizing the economic benefit and the ripples across all the sectors by simply being patrons of local products and produce. Moving on to environmental integrity impact, we were able to promote safe, responsible, and green tourism practices by encouraging tourists and establishments to make decisions that are beneficial for local communities in the long term, making sure that the actions based on those decisions have a positive impact on the communities. Further, we were also able to ensure ethical businesses operations and promote ecological integrity and biodiversity and reduce carbon footprint and waste. Through the Green Tourism Enterprises Program, we were also able to advocate for local manpower, prioritizing the employment of our own residents. We will also strengthen for the public-private partnership with our local tourism stakeholders, making sure that our stakeholders realize their role and contribution to community development and environmental protection, and encourage community involvement for a resilient, inclusive tourism recovery. The provincial government of La Union believes that encouraging our private tourism stakeholders to be involved in community building, social good, and environmental conservation efforts is essential to the resilient recovery of the tourism industry, especially amidst the pandemic. And by doing so, we can elevate the tourism standards in the province, reestablish the trust and confidence of our tourists to visit and revisit La Union, translating to an upward economic return, elevate the lives of our people, and build a stronger La Union, a province worth living in. Ultimately, the Green Tourism Enterprises Program is the beginning of a community-minded and publicly recognized movement in the province. This program is a necessary first step to ensure that our residents and stakeholders meet their needs without compromising the ability of the future generation to meet their needs, promoting environmental integrity, economic vitality, and social equity. And for us to understand more of how we implemented our Green Tourism Enterprises Program in our province of La Union, let us all watch this video.
La Union investors are investing in the future and Mother Nature. In the past years, the province of La Union has been keen in facing and adapting to the worldwide health standards and environment-friendly practices to combat the COVID-19 pandemic. The business industry was not spared, most especially tourism businesses. To recognize the efforts and support of tourism stakeholders in this battle, the provincial government of La Union aims to elevate safety standards and accelerate the recovery of the tourism industry in the province through the Green Tourism Enterprises Program. The program awards the Bougainvillea Seal to local business owners who provided measures in ensuring safety of all their visitors, clients, and workers. This program aims to regain tourists' trust and confidence to travel to La Union.
One of the objectives of Green Tourism Enterprises Program is to elevate safety standards and increase the level of travel confidence to La Union. That is why in our program criteria, we have looked into the level of compliance of our tourism enterprises as to our minimum health standards criteria. So with COVID-19 still lurking around us, we believe that health and safety is still a priority. That's why it's very important to look into the compliance and of course the initiatives that our establishments have been doing to promote health and safe travel in La Union.
For the Green Tourism Enterprises Program, the establishment operations were assessed in terms of their environmental compliance and sustainability initiatives, such as the waste management program, particularly their implementation of the 3 Rs. So reduce, reuse, and recycling innovations, segregation at source, and proper sanitation. Ensure proper handling, storage, and treatment, as well as disposal of chemicals were also assessed, including their efforts in promoting the reduction of water and energy consumption are also weighed up. Other climate change mitigation and adaptation strategies, like promoting air quality management, biodiversity, and conservation measures were also assessed. So overall, this initiative provides recognition to our environment-friendly establishments. This is also similar to the search for the cleanest, safest, and greenest program in the province. So let us continue forging effort and be united in protecting and preserving our Mother Nature. Happy Earth Day, everyone.
These tourism enterprises have implemented strict health and safety measures in compliance with the minimum health standards, additional innovative solutions, and green practices to safeguard the environment.
Kami practice ti organic farming dito e-beach farm. Kami gusto sara po iti commercial fertilizer. Tios usaram nilang kat organic fertilizer akas ti vermicast kan manure ti pag-spray mo kat fermented plant juice kan fruit juice. Jay takitinuang kat ikargami ti drum law kami ti danom ferment mi ti 7 days anto iso ti substitute mi nga pagabuno kadagiti mulmula mi. Jay pag-spray mi nga fruit juice dagiti bunga ti prutas iso mat ti alami nga i-ferment mi iti 7 days so mat ti substitute na pag-spray mi ti insecticide ti mula mi.
As a business owner, everybody has their share to protect environment, especially kailangan din na tumulong lahat na businessman in securing magandang environment para ma-lessen din yung mga garbage sa mga dump site. I started 2005 by I started in my composting about 2010, which maganda naman. We produce our own, some of our vegetables like sili or patola or yung mga pandan leaves which we can use it for our restaurant. Tayo mga businessman, kailangan din natin ng obligations. It's not the marketing business or profit. We should also give our shares on environmental. Ito mga maliit na bagay, pero kung sa dami natin nagkakaisa, we give our own share. I think it will do a lot of hurt to our environment.
As we transition to the new normal, the provincial government of La Union continues to call for individual efforts to unite towards a holistic, stronger La Union. If you are a local business owner, you may join for the next validation for the Green Tourism Enterprises Program 2022. Together in La Union, let us choose kalikasan naman.
So there you go, ladies and gentlemen, the Green Tourism Enterprises Program. So we are actually seeking more applicants for 2023, and we hope that the growing interest of our local businessmen will develop into a more sustainable tourism in our province. That will be all. Joste Aguina, thank you very much, and good afternoon to all of us.
Thank you very much, Mr. Julius Manabat. And wow, LU, the green LGU. Congratulations, another model for the rest of the country's local government units to emulate. Last but not the least, our final speaker for this first panel is Mr. Teddy Monroy, who assumed the role of country representative for UNIDO in the Philippines in August of 2021. With his work centering on promoting the organization's mandate to advance inclusive and sustainable industrial development in the country towards socio-economic development, environmental protection, and lasting prosperity. In recent years, his work at UNIDO has focused on small and medium enterprise development, facilitating the strengthening of quality infrastructure, promoting circularity, resource efficiency, cleaner production, and building partnerships with the private sector within the ISID framework, among others. To talk about the Philippine tourism facing global megatrends, please give a warm round of applause to Mr. Teddy Monroy.
So thank you for the kind introduction. On behalf of the United Nations Industrial Development Organization, I would like to thank the organizers for the invitation to speak in front of you all today. It is my honor to be part of this distinguished panel of presenters. I will try my best to keep my presentation to the allotted time. May I request there you go. All right. Now, the tourism sector in the Philippines is indeed recognized as a major contributor to the country's economy. The economic activities in the sector, however, has had significant impacts on the environment brought about by pollution, unsustainable resource use, and greenhouse gas emissions. It was good to hear the excellent efforts shared by the previous several speakers to help green the sector. The greening of the tourism sector and climate action are quite timely topics to discuss while the country participates in the COP27 of the UNFCCC that is currently happening in Egypt as we speak. As the country strives to meet its commitments not only to the Paris Agreement but also to other multilateral environmental agreements, it will be equally important to develop the sector's sustainable and climate-smart development plans using global megatrends as a backdrop. In short, as we turn green, we take into account social and economic realities at the same time. Next slide, please. Before I talk about megatrends, allow me to step back a few years. The socioeconomic impacts of the COVID-19 pandemic were devastating and far-reaching, as we all know. According to the Philippine Statistics Authority, the Philippine tourism sector was one of the hardest hit, with millions of jobs lost. Worldwide, the Asia and the Pacific region registered the biggest drop in annual international tourist arrivals. Next slide, please. As we are nearing the end of 2022, the world is seeing a relatively stronger performance in international tourism. The greatest improvement can be seen in Europe and the Middle East. In 2021, in fact, employment in the sector also rebounded significantly. However, the challenging economic environment, including high inflation and the spike in oil prices, aggravated further by the war in Ukraine, continues to be the main factor weighing on the recovery of the sector. Next slide, please. While international arrivals may reach as high as 70% of pre-pandemic levels by the end of 2022, Asia and the Pacific would unfortunately remain at 30% of 2019 levels in the best case scenario. And this is due to stricter policies and restrictions in the region. The predicted time of recovery is 2024 or later, but we can change that, of course, depending on how governments in the region would plan how we move forward. In the meantime, domestic tourism will continue to be the key driver of recovery in the sector, such as in the Philippines. Next slide, please. According to the Department of Tourism, recovery of the country's domestic travel sector is expected by the end of this year at the earliest, and 2024 at the latest. The number of inbound visitors to the country, on the other hand, is expected to recover again by 2024 or 2025. Let's do better, no? We can do that. Further good news is that in 2021, local employment in the sector has almost fully recovered and was at 85% of pre-pandemic levels. Next slide, please. Now, some good news. Moving forward, from 2022 to 2032, the sector's contribution to the global economy is expected to grow at an average annual rate of 5.8% and even higher in Asia and the Pacific region at 8.5%. This growth level is expected to translate to 126 million additional jobs in 2032. So something for us to look forward to. In order to maximize, however, this growth potential, several mega trends need to be taken into serious account. Next slide, please. First, and arguably the most important, is intensified climate action in this sector. Prior to the pandemic, climate change and climate-related events have already seriously affected the tourism sector. Recently in 2021, Typhoon Odette, if everybody remembers, brought about destruction in several regions in both the Visayas and Mindanao that are major tourist or tourism destinations. The tourism sector is in no way free from accountability in the worsening climate crisis. According to UNEP, the sector's carbon emissions by 2030 are projected to increase by 25% compared to 2016 levels and 131% by 2050. The sector, therefore, will be expected to align with the global climate agreements and move away from fossil fuel use, accelerate the energy transition to renewable energy sources, decarbonize economic activities, and adopt resource-efficient circular approaches in the sector's business operations. The next mega trend to consider is shifting consumer preference. COVID-19 has altered the way we live, work, and travel, and shifted traveler requirements, expectations, and preferences. You heard a lot about this earlier by our friend from Discover Manila who talked about this. So I will not dwell a lot more on this topic. But in general, just to say that more tourists are now looking for closer destinations, nature and rural tourism, sustainability, authenticity, and the opportunity to create a positive impact on local communities. The expanding digital space will also greatly dictate how the sector evolves in the future, revolutionizing the tourism experience. Undoubtedly, digital transformation has been accelerated by COVID-19 in many countries, including the Philippines. Digital tourism takes center stage, defining how we travel and how the sector itself will operate in the coming years. From searching to purchasing, from writing reviews to publishing them, these actions are carried out online by any tourist during their vacation period. As the sector continues on its projected growth path, a sufficient and future-ready labor force will also be required. The ease by which laborers are able to move around within an economy and between different economies will be extremely crucial. Therefore, businesses and governments alike will need to implement and sustain policies that facilitate labor mobility, facilitate flexible and remote work, enable decent work and provide social safety nets, upskill and reskill the workforce, promote education and apprenticeships, and strengthen collaboration at all levels while leveraging technological and digital solutions. And finally, agri-based enterprises and the creative sector will strongly emerge as major players in the tourism industry. These sectors can contribute to sustainability, multiply positive impacts in terms of job creation and income generation. The influence of culture and the creative industries on tourism is also not to be overlooked. The linkages between agri-based enterprises, the creative sector, and the tourism industry covers a full range of products and services across the tourism value chain. Next slide, please. So in summary, as we transform the Philippine tourism sector toward greater sustainability, inclusivity, and climate resilience, allow me to remind everyone to remember the following key takeaways. First, taking climate action is no longer an option. To remain sustainable and realize the projected growth path that I presented earlier, the tourism sector must transform to climate-smart operations that focus on the energy transition, energy efficiency, nature-based solutions, and adaptation toward a green, decarbonized, and circular economy. Second, the sector must adopt digital technologies, innovative business models, and new work modalities to keep up with the evolving times. The digital transformation will change the name of the game, creating opportunities to become more productive, more efficient, more resilient, more flexible. Developing future-ready skills that also support labor mobility will be crucial. And lastly, agri-based enterprises in the creative sector must not be ignored. These are important parts of the tourism value chain that strongly contributes to its development, further resilience, and sustainability. Shifting consumer preferences to nature and rural tourism with importance given to sustainability, authenticity, and benefits to local communities justify an integrated development approach among these three sectors. Next slide, please. So I end my presentation here. I thank you for your time. I hope I did not go beyond the time allotted. Hope you are able to draw insights from the short presentation and the information that I have shared. I invite you to reach out to us through the contact details that you see on the screen. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you so much, Mr. Teddy Monroy, country representative of UNIDO here in the Philippines. Now, we will call on our panel moderator as we call on our four speakers to come on stage for a quick panel. Quick time check, it's 11:35. We will have a quick panel discussion followed by the presentation of the results of the Transforming Tourism Value Chains project, followed by recognition of our partner hotels, followed by lunch. Okay, so may we call again on our four speakers for this first panel, Ms. Ayla Lair Gutierrez, Ms. Brenda Botardo, Mr. Julius Manabat, and Mr. Teddy Monroy to please come on stage. Take your seats here for a quick panel discussion to be moderated by Ms. Andrea Janelle Go, Project Officer of Transforming Tourism Value Chains of the Philippine Center for Environmental Protection and Sustainable Development. Ms. Go has been working at BICEPSD since 2018 under the Transforming TVC project. Please join us on stage. As project officer, she oversees the implementation of the project, capacitating hotels and MICE businesses in monitoring and reporting their resource consumption and greenhouse gas emissions, coordinating with key tourism stakeholders on shifting the industry towards more low-carbon and resource-efficient operations. Aligned with her personal advocacy, Ms. Andy Go was trained as a climate reality leader and is a graduate of the Zero Waste Academy of Mother Earth Foundation. Ladies and gentlemen, to moderate this first panel, let me turn the floor over to Ms. Andy Go.
Hi everyone. Hello. Hi everyone, and good morning to everyone. So I know that it's nearing lunch, so I'm just going to have one very quick question to all of our speakers. So are you ready? No, just kidding. Okay, so my chosen question for you guys, unless anyone has any other questions from the audience, nothing from Zoom so far? Okay. Okay, so my chosen question for you guys is, how do you think we can strengthen tourism policy and governance frameworks and improve the capacity of government and the private sector to develop tourism sustainably? So ladies first, Ayla.
So thank you, Andy, for that wonderful question. So I guess when we talk about governance, I think at the heart of it really is going down the roots. A lot of stakeholders here are approaching me, asking me, how do we translate sustainability into local terms, into terms that are understandable by the local people, the communities themselves. So I think the most important, the most crucial thing in terms of policy systems and governance really is making sure that you work with the community and making sure that they understand what the concept of sustainability means, what the policy means to them, and how it will benefit them. So I think there you go. Local participation is and understanding is very important.
Yeah, so that's perfectly good answer. Perhaps I could just add in terms of looking at the policy point of view. The Philippines has very good regulations and policies. I mean, we're very good in that. You know, we all know that. But I think the challenge is how to implement. And some of these are very fragmented, if I can say so myself. That's my observation. So I think if we can all come together and, you know, the efforts are not fragmented, making sure that we cover a lot of different areas. Of course, I know government agencies are talking to each other more and more now. So I hope we can continue that so that policies will be mainstreamed or at least at least make it consistent across all of the different offices, including the LGUs. So I think a concerted effort will be very, very important. And of course, look at the gold standards across the world. There's a lot of different countries which has already done well in terms of sustainable tourism. We can learn from them. And of course, UNEP, UNIDO, and all the other UN agencies are here to provide that guidance in order to make sure that the Philippines move fast. No, I presented very good prospects in the tourism sector in the coming 10 years. So let's take advantage of that. Let's look at very synergized policy and avoid fragmentation. I think that's the key message I would like to say. Thank you.
Well, I agree to the both of them. And I believe that one factor for that, because we really have very good laws, we really have very good regulations, but the implementation becomes the problem. I believe that one factor is political will of the leaders to really implement it and to be serious about it. So it's not enough that you talk about it. It's a matter of serving an example. That's why we in the provincial government of La Union, the governor always says that we should always walk the talk. So I believe that we need more leaders that walk the talk and be serious about implementing our very good laws that we already have.
Hello. So, as for me, I agree with my co-speakers as well, because I believe that it's really the collaborative approach that we need. Aside from the implementation, I think we should take the policies or framework must take into account the concerns of different sectors like the LGUs, private stakeholders, and also the MSMEs. We should consider their concerns as well, and then draft a framework or policy, and then after that we can strengthen that policy through implementation. So I guess that's my.
Thank you so much, speakers. Very on point. I think we also have an additional question from the audience. Sir, Ms. Susan. Yes.
Mic test. Apologies for that.
Congratulations to PSEPSD for this fantastic work that you have done for the past 5 years, right? 4 years. I would just like to ask the question because, well, pandemic aside, I think you're still continuing the work even online. But I would like to ask, because this work is supposedly for the hotel and tourism industry, right? I would just like to ask who are really engaged in 100% in implementing your policies or programs, and if they're quantified already in terms of savings or actions, and if there is a monitoring process that ensures that they're doing it really, and especially that working towards net zero, which is zero emissions by 2030, and that's the future of tourism, which is actually now, and climate resilience. I would like to know how much of the hospitality you are partners with FOA, which has, I think, about 240 members, and probably also would you have also local destinations that are members and are taking part in this program? So yeah, just the numbers we'd like to see, because we want to see the good practices, as you said, if implementation is being done. Thank you.
Ms. Susan, do you have a specific speaker to direct your question to?
PSEPSD, of course.
Hi, good morning po. So, basically, I'm a program officer of Green Choice Philippines, and what I've presented earlier is, of course, the Green Choice Philippines Seal of Approval under National Eco-Labeling Program. So, but I have assisted in the TVC project in writing sustainability reports as well. And I believe there are a lot of committed hotels. But based on my gathered data, or just when I asked the project officer, I think there are 75 committed hotels and in this project. And of course, there are really hotels who are really engaging into this monitoring tool that we have, which is the resource efficiency tool. So this resource efficiency tool is a tool where you can monitor the greenhouse gas emissions from energy usage, water, and then we have for the food purchases. And there are a lot of other sections there that you can monitor. So, but the number, I don't have that really exact information with the number, but I think there are a lot, 75 are committed. And right now, I think, if I can say that, I think we have made 13 sustainability reports for these hotels who are really into, who are practicing, who are really analyze and really record their data. So there's 13 sustainability reports that we have drafted. So, but for Green Choice Philippines, we have 4, and I think we can gather more, applicants here who are really interested to have Green Choice Seal of Approval. So that's it po. I hope I can, kahit hindi po, not really exact or have an exact figure, at least I got to tell you that I have assisted to this TVC project. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Brenda. Actually, sasabihin ko nga na wag mo sana akong unahan sa presentation. Hindi, joke lang. But yes, Ms. Susan's question comes at a timely event because what we're actually going to show next is the results of the TVC project so far as of October 2022. So, ayun po. I think that's all the questions that we have from the participants, and also to keep on time, we can move on to the next segment, which is where I will wear my second hat to present the results of the TVC project. So thank you, Ms. Ayla, Sir Teddy, Sir Julius, and Brenda for your amazing points. And thank you so much for sharing your expertise. Thank you po. Okay, so proceeding quickly to the next segment. So so again, you all kind of know my face. My name is Andy. I'm the project officer of the Transforming Tourism Value Chains project. And I'm really happy to be able to share what results that we've been able to achieve so far in the project since 2017. So ako po yung taga-kulit sa inyo ng mga GHG emissions ninyo and resource efficiency. Pero it's really all for a good cause so that we can be able to implement data monitoring for the development of the baseline of the tourism industry for GHG emissions. So this project is locally implemented by PSEPSD, and I am proud to share that the project has come a long way, but we could not have done it without your support. not without our private sector champions, not without our hardworking government agencies, not without other NGOs, CSOs, and academe guiding us. So each of you had a role to play, and I hope will continue to have a role to play in the coming years. I hope you can appreciate this video actually, which showcases the fruit of all of our efforts combined for sustainable tourism development in our country. So.
The Philippines is a land rich in natural resources, scenic locales, and friendly smiles. The country boasts of natural beauty in its beaches, sunny weather, and thriving biodiversity. More than that, the Philippines' unique and complex culture, as exemplified by its hospitality, cuisine, and lifestyle, attracts many people to visit the country. As the Department of Tourism envisions to transform the Philippines into a must-see destination in Asia, the promotion of greening the country's tourism industry has the potential to directly and indirectly contribute to each of the 17 Sustainable Development Goals set by the United Nations, as one of the strategic directions to achieve an environmentally, economically, and socially responsible tourism. The TVC project aims to engage the tourism sector into shifting away from business as usual practices into a more responsible, resilient, and inclusive industry by adopting sustainable efforts in the areas of food value chains and systems, hosting events, exploring renewable energy sources, and beating pollution at source.
The Philippine Center for Environmental Protection and Sustainable Development envisions that sustainable tourism in the Philippines by 2030 would have an increased uptake of sustainable practices from linear to circular economy, such as reducing single-use plastics and reduction of waste generation, practicing green procurement, efficient use of energy and water, more inclusive to the local community, gender balance, promote cultural heritage, and advocates environmental and natural resources conservation.
Transformative tourism to us means creating meaningful impact through practical, sustainable solutions and best business practices that are good for the environment and the community we operate in.
One of the biggest accomplishments of the TVC project is its engagement with the tourism businesses. The project has engaged more than 70 committed business partners and conducted more than 20 training sessions and workshops for at least 150 businesses, with an estimated 1,200 personnel capacitated into topics on sustainable tourism development.
We believe that transformative tourism creates a positive impact in the travel and tourism industry.
Achieving this vision, we're focusing on providing effective and practical approaches when it comes to the sustainable solution for the tourism sector, providing capacity building and right knowledge to the tourism stakeholders, and for the government to provide enabling policies and incentive mechanisms to the industry.
The project has also trained at least 40 hotels and MICE businesses in using the resource efficiency tool to monitor their GHG emissions, with reports having been created for these businesses to support their commitment to sustainability.
We believe that transformative tourism is dealing with important issue of how travel and tourism can change human behavior and have positive impact on the world.
Our HR employees in operations are now more aware of the impact of their hotels have on the environment. They are now more conscious that any consumption of resources in the aspects of operations corresponds to carbon emissions. Hopefully, this awareness leads to the adoption of low carbon and resource efficient measures.
Furthermore, the project was able to help tourism establishments to promote their initiatives on sustainability by being featured in the business case studies and videos. The project empowered the tourism sector in the Philippines by addressing the demand from consumers who were looking for more responsible businesses, strengthening resilience and risk management along the value chain, staying ahead of standards and regulations, increasing productivity and technical capacities, attracting investments and increasing eligibility for green certification schemes while aligning to international tourism initiatives. Overall, this brings opportunities for the tourism sector to take holistic action to conserve the country's dynamic natural resources.
By changing our policy direction to promoting sustainable tourism, we can guide human behavior to impact positive change in our travel and tourism sector.
On behalf of the Vicente Board of Trustees and the National Eco-Labeling Program Green Choice Philippines, we would like to express our sincere gratitude to our partners, the members of the Philippine Stakeholders Advisory Group, primarily the Department of Tourism, Department of Environment and Natural Resources, Climate Change Commission, Philippine Hotel Owners Association, Philippine Association of Convention, Exhibition, Organizers and Suppliers, Tourism Congress of the Philippines, Chamber of Commerce of the Philippine Islands, and the De La Salle College of St. Philip. Our international partners and donors, the German federal government, the International Climate Initiative, and the UN Environment Program. And lastly, our partners from the tourism industry, hotels, resorts, and MICE businesses. Together, we promote sustainable tourism. Maraming salamat at mabuhay transforming tourism.
Tourism has the power to greatly influence and complement sustainable efforts in connection to their value chain, as these aspects are taken into consideration to achieve our common goal, transforming Philippine tourism to pave sustainable paths towards inclusive and climate-resilient destinations.
Ayan. So I hope you all enjoyed that video. Medyo mahaba kasi madami talaga kaming ginawa over the past how many years. So, and there's still more to come po talaga. So, ayun, because of our collective drive in transforming the tourism industry of the Philippines, I just like to highlight key indicators that the project is working towards in the next slide. So, we've assisted a total of 36 hotels and MICE in monitoring their GHG emissions. So by now, dapat everyone should know what GHG means. Through UNEP's tool, the resource efficiency tool, and assisted 13 hotels in analysis of their environmental impact via sustainability reports. And I am happy to say that I see a lot or some of these hotels here today, virtually and in person. So I hope that our reports will provide further instruction to the development of your action plans on sustainability and climate action. I'm also pleased to share that in capacitating the businesses with resource efficiency and GHG monitoring, we were able to assist some of you in realizing the need to harmonize your monitoring schemes in alignment with global environmental indicators, such as our roadmap, which is part of our giveaways, and the SDG targets, the Glasgow Declaration, thereby moving you closer to reducing GHG emissions. Because again, as they say, you cannot manage what you don't measure. So in my last slide, despite this being the final project conference, our work doesn't end here. So as PSEPSD, our next steps will mainly revolve around consolidating and cascading as much project materials as we can on resource efficiency and GHG monitoring skill sets and other TVC knowledge products, tools, and training sessions. So we will also be recommending policy frameworks on supporting the integration of GHG reduction at facility level and development of action plans with the help, of course, of our technical experts such as UNEP Copenhagen Climate Center, and very soon identifying synergies among UN agencies and key tourism stakeholders on upscaling climate action in the industry. So with this, I would like to thank you all once again for your unwavering support and commitment to sustainable tourism in the Philippines. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Miss Andrea Go of the PSEPSD. We'd like to now give recognition. Let me call on first Dr. Neric Acosta and Mr. June Alvarez on stage to give certificates of appreciation. First of all, to Ms. Helena Rey de Asis of the United Nations Environmental Program. May we also call on ASEC Warner Andrade to join us on stage, please? Followed by Miss Lucky Alabado. Miss Lucky, still here? Okay. Number, okay. So thank you very much. Also to Miss Lucky Alabado, Mr. Jojo Clemente, and Director Al Orolfo of DNR for giving us inspiring and insightful talks this morning. Okay, please stay on stage as we call now the members of panel 1 with Miss Ayla Gutierrez, Miss Brenda Botardo, Mr. Julius Manabat, and Mr. Teddy Monroy, together with Miss Andy Go. Please join on stage for our photo op. Thank you all for bearing with going over the 12 noon time mark. Don't worry, we'll be eating lunch pretty soon. Right after this, we will be giving certificates, awards actually, plaque awards to our partner hotels and key stakeholders. All right. Hotel staff, is lunch ready? Just to make sure. Okay. At this point, we now proceed with the recognition of project partners and key project stakeholders. This is to honor the exemplary contribution of the many people who had provided valuable contribution to make the project a realization. May I call on stage the following awardees to receive their plaques and tokens, starting with Holiday Inn and Suites Makati. Holiday Inn and Suites Makati. Also, there, yeah. All right. Holiday Inn Suites Makati. Followed by Discovery Hospitality Corporation. Discovery Hospitality Corporation. Followed by SM Hotels and Convention Centers. Followed by Robinson's Hotels and Resorts. Followed by, yeah, next. Okay. Yeah, once again, SM Hotels and Conventions. Discovery. Yeah, we have our Discovery, Robinsons, Nature's Village Resort. Also, Modala Beach Resort. Modala Beach Resort. And Savoy Hotel Manila. Modala is with us online. So congratulations, and we will be sending your plaque award by mail. And we will also recognize Philippine Stakeholders Advisory Group for Sustainable Tourism members, starting with the Department of Environment and Natural Resources, DNR, still here. Dr. Arolfo already left. Climate Change Commission, not here yet. Tourism Congress of the Philippines, Mr. Jojo Clemente. Philippine Hotel Owners Association, ayan. Yeah, Philippine Hotel Owners Association, represented by Executive Director Benito Bengzon Jr. Followed by Philippine Association of Convention Exhibition Organizers and Suppliers, or PASEOS. PASEOS here. Followed by two more. Chamber of Commerce of the Philippine Islands. Chamber of Commerce of the Philippine Islands. And last but not the least, De La Salle College of St. Benilde. All right. Okay, and last but not the least, Mr. Julius Manabat of the LGU of La Union. All right. Thank you all to the plaque recipients and the recipients of the certificates of appreciation. It's been a wonderful journey working with all of you, and we hope we can continue working for the promotion of sustainable tourism in the Philippines. A big round of applause for all the speakers this morning. And now we can have our lunch. Lunch will be served buffet style. Please, go ahead and you can have a line on each side, I believe, or just one side. Yeah, one side. All right. So please enjoy your lunch, and we will reconvene after 1 hour. So around 1:10 p.m.
Cloud Paradise Palawan in Coron is a private island within the UNESCO Biosphere Reserve. The resort champions sustainability, wellness, and family milestones. Private Island is a green estate listed in the Green Destinations Top 100 Sustainable Destinations and the first globally. To protect our beautiful island, our culture and environmental initiatives began in 2017, focusing on environmental sustainability as our main advocacy. When we launched our initiatives on single-use plastics, guests actually had a very positive response towards it. Single-use plastics were transformed to eco bricks. Information dissemination was made for guests to appreciate and understand our efforts. The Transforming Tourism Value Chains project was a big help in terms of understanding more about the island's missions and promoting to guests the importance and benefits of reducing single-use plastics in the hospitality industry. Our initiatives influence guests to be more caring for the environment, to be more aware of what they can do to help look after their surroundings. Sustainability will always be our guiding principle to protect the environment and also our contribution to the social benefit of communities and employees.
Ang takot sa iyong damdamin ay pamalas. Mayong buong tapang harapin ang buhay at hapin ang tagumpay. Tulungan ang kapwa at bigyang halaga, wag akin ng pababa. Isipin wag sana ang sarili lang, pakisama't bayanihan. Subukan nating isulong at ligawan ang magandang bukas. Ikaw at ako magkasama tayo, salubungin ang kinabukasan. Mandirigmang Pilipino, dakila ang lahi ko. Bayaning Pilipino sa makabagong panahon. Halina't hawakan ng aking kamay, sabay abutin natin ang tagumpay. Patuloy lang tayo sa pagpapanday, tiwala sa Diyos ang sandat at gabay. Subukan nating isulong at ligawan ang magandang bukas. Ikaw at ako magkasama tayo, salubungin ang kinabukasan. Mandirigmang Pilipino, dakila ang lahi ko. Bayaning Pilipino nating natutunan, tunay na kahulugan ng bayanihan. Dito nasusukat, tapang na walang katulad, bayani rin pala tayong lahat. Kasangga mong Pilipino, anumang lahi mo, kasangga mong Pilipino, anumang laban mo, sa timog o silangan, hilaga o kanluran, dito maaasahan ang aming inang bayan. Halina't ibahagi ating anyo't antas, ating ipamalas, handog ng Pilipinas. Kasama ang buong mundo ating mababakas. Pag magkakasama ay may taglay na lakas. Dito nasusukat, tapang na walang katulad, bayani rin pala tayong lahat. Kasangga mong Pilipino, anumang lahi mo, kasangga mong Pilipino, anumang laban mo, sa timog o silangan, hilaga o kanluran, dito maaasahan ang aming inang bayan. Dito nasusukat, tapang na walang katulad, bayani rin pala tayong lahat. Lahat, kasangga mong Pilipino, anumang lahi mo, kasangga mong Pilipino, anumang laban mo, sa timog o silangan, hilaga o kanluran, dito maaasahan ang aming inang bayan. Sa timog o silangan, hilaga o kanluran, dito maaasahan. Dito maaasahan. Dito maaasahan. Dito maaasahan ang aming inang bayan. Ipanumpa kong ditikabian ug pagahuktan ko ang tanan. Ipanumpa kong di gyud ko mubuhi ang kinabuhi ko kanimo lang. Siyang langit sa mga mata kong anigid kapuyon ug ang akong dughan kanunay ngalan mo lang ang sangpito ng di ko magduha-duha og ikang kung mahulog ka andam kung mahulog uban isa na sa tadadon nining panahon. Ipanumpa kong ditikabian ug pagahuktan ko ang tanan. Ipanumpa kong di ko mubuhi ang kinabuhi ko kanimo lang. Ang dalangpan ako imong tamin o ginagiban luyo nining tanan o kung ay klaro man ang kalibutan di ko magduha-duha o ikang kung mahulog ka andam kung mahulog uban isa na sa tadadon nining panahon. Ipanumpa kong ditikabian ug pagahuktan ko ang tanan. Ipanumpa kong di gyud ko mubuhi kinabuhi ko kanimo lang. Ipanumpa kong ditikabian Ipanumpa kong Ipanumpa kong Ipanumpa kong ditikabian Ipanumpa kong Ipanumpa kong Ipanumpa kong ditikabian Ipanumpa kong ditikabian pagkauntan ko ang tanan. Ipanumpa kong
Kalasay may pangakit na taglay, maginhawat di maalinsangan. Nakahalina kung pagmasdan, kalesa ay pambayang sasakyan. Kabayo'y hindi natin problema, kulot at damo lang ay tama na. Matulin din sa kalsada, tumatakbo maginhawa, wala bang gasolina? Kalasay may pang-akit na taglay, maginhawa di maalinsangan. nakahahalina kung pagmasdan. Kalesa ay pambayang sasakyan, kabayo'y hindi natin problema. Kulot at damo lang ay tama na. Matulin din sa kalsada, tumatakbo maginhawa, wala pang gasolina. Kalesa ay panghatid vina ng panahon ni Maria Clara. Mga bayani nitong bayan sa kalesa ay dinuduyan. Kalisa'y nakaaliw, lalo na kung gumagabi. At kung kasama ko ang aking iliw, nangangalesa na amin. Kalesa'y may pangahit na taglay, maginhawa't di maalinsangan. Nakahahalina kung pagmasdan, kalesa ay pambayang sasakyan, kabayo'y hindi natin problema. Kulot at damo lang ay tama na. Matulin din sa kalsada, tumatakbo't maginhawa, wala pang gasolina. Matulin din sa kalsada, tumatakbo't maginhawa, wala pang gasolina. Matulin din sa kalsada, tumatakbo't maginhawa, wala pang gasolina.
Maraming beses na kitang nilayasan, iniwanan at ibang pinuntahan. Parang babaeng ang hirap talagang malimutan. Ikaw lamang ang aking laging pinabalikan. Manila, I keep coming back to Manila. Simply ain't no place like Manila. Manila, I'm coming home. I walked the streets of San Francisco. I've tried the rides in Disneyland. Dated a million girls in Sydney. Somehow I feel like I don't belong. Hinahanap kita Manila. Ang ingay mong kay sarap sa tenga. Mga jeepney mong nagliliparan. Mga babae mong nagagandahan. Take me back in your arms, Manila, and promise me you'll never let go. Promise me you'll never let go. Manila, Manila, I keep coming back to Manila. Simply ain't no place like Manila. Manila, I'm coming home. Hanap kita Manila. Ang ingay mong kay sarap sa tenga. Mga jeepney mong nagliliparan. Mga babae mong nagagandahan. Take me back in your arms, Manila, and promise me you'll never let go. tatlong dako, binubuo ng mahigit 7,000 pulo. Yan ang bayan ko. Kayo manggi ang kulay namin, likas na masayahin at san man makarating. Kapansin-pansin ang galing, ngunit kahit pa'y samot-saring sari-sariling pinaniniwalaan. Ngunit kahit pa'y samot-saring lingwaheng hindi ko na naiintindihan, tayo ay isa sa puso't diwa, hinding-hindi magigiba. Taas too kahit kanino, ang lahi ko ay Pilipino. Halina't kilalanin ang lahing di pa pininuman, binabagyo man lagi, magsisimulang muli. Kaysa'y ang isipin na patungo tayo sa kaunlaran, kahit samot sa hari ay mananatiling iisa. Iisa. Ang pusong Pinoy ay matibay, walang ibang nais kundi ay ang magtagumpay sa patintero ng buhay. Ngunit kahit may samot-saring sari-sariling pinaniniwalaan, ngunit kahit may samot-saring nauusong ating kinahihiligan, tayo ay isa sa puso't diwa, hinding-hindi magigiba. Taas too kahit kanino, ang lahi ko ay Pilipino. Halina't kilalanin ang lahing di pa pininuman, binabagyo man lagi, magsisimulang muli. Kaysa'y ang isipin na patungo tayo sa kaunlaran, kahit samot sa hari ay mananatiling iisa. 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 Ngunit kahit may samot-saring sari-sariling pinaniniwalaan, ngunit kahit may samot-saring hidwa ang kailan pa kaya matutultukan, tayo ay isa sa puso't diwa, hindi magigiba. Taas too kahit kanino, ang lahi ko ay Pilipino. Halina't kilalanin ang laging di pa pininuman, dato ang kanigan ganason di kultura ang dilubong gaya kinatikar kan respeto ayaw kan kinapudno manan da kayo apapu gaya ang galhaya mga yan nagdating po man isot ako nararapapi sapay ka may bingay kagiti daduma at tao ay sina alitu
Nagapo kami istandang ato ay piling Iling ka munyan ay adon maapi Tubig, yang apoy mon papigsa sa ipugaw Tawadan ibigtan, iman sulibaw Montañosa, Benguet, ipugaw Lingga, Abra, Bagyo, Apayaw Esay, mangibugaw Esay, mangibugaw Menggang sa takuya mensala Sa papigsaan na na'y kultura Datakot ipasas na na'y ungong Nawada tong di ikas kasingda Kultura tako papigsaan tako Tapno maunus nan ilit ako Laiden taguan ibingayo Inted kabunyan datakot aywanan Iminim na isbata kapuan siba Kultura obo binadang tako Kakasing mangila isnan muong ay mangipabuya isang kultura.
Isipin ang takot sa iyong damdaming pamalas. Ngayong buong tapang harapin ang buhay at tapin ang tagumpay. Tulungan ang kapwa't bigyang halaga, wag akin ng pababa. Isipin wag sana ang sarili lang, pakisama't bayanihan. Subukan nating isulong at ligawan ang magandang bukas. Ikaw at ako magkasama tayo, salubungin ang kinabukasan. Mandirigmang Pilipino, dakila ang lahi ko, bayaning Pilipino sa makabagong panahon. Halina't hawakan ng aking kamay, sabay abutin natin ang tagumpay. Patuloy lang tayo sa pagpapanday, tiwala sa Diyos ang sandat at gabay. Subukan nating isulong at ligawan ang magandang bukas. Ikaw at ako magkasama tayo, salubungin ang kinabukasan. Pag-amin at tinlahi, mandirigmang Pilipino, dakila ang lahi ko, bayaning Pilipino sa makabago. Mandirigmang Pilipino, dakila ang lahi ko, bayaning Pilipino sa mapabago panahon. Taon lumipas ating nakamtan, tagumpay ng Pilipino sa laban ng Mactan. 5 siglong nakaraan nating natutunan, tunay na kahulugan ng bayanihan. Dito nasusukat, tapang na walang katulad, bayani rin pala tayong lahat. Kasanggamong Pilipino, anumang lahi mo. Kasanggamong Pilipino, anumang laban mo. Sa timog o
susukat, tapang na walang katulad. Bayani rin pala tayong lahat. Kasangga mong Pilipino, anumang lahi mo. Kasangga mong Pilipino, anumang laban mo. Sa timog o silangan, hilaga o kanluran, dito maaasahan ang
Our program will be starting in a few minutes. We hope you're all enjoying your meal. Thank you, everyone.
Maraming beses na kitang nilayasan, iniwanan at ibang pinuntahan. Parang babaeng ang hirap talagang malimutan. Ikaw lamang ang aking laging pinabalikan. Manila, I keep coming back to Manila. Simply ain't no place like Manila. Manila, I'm coming home. I walked the streets of San Francisco. I've tried the rides in Disneyland. Dated a million girls in Sydney. Somehow I feel like I don't belong. Hinahanap kita Manila. Ang ingay mong kay sarap sa tenga. Mga jeepney mong nagliliparan. Mga babae mong nagagandahan. Take me back in your arms, Manila, and promise me you'll never let go. Promise me you'll never let go. Manila, Manila, I keep coming back to Manila. Simply ain't no place like Manila. Manila, I'm coming home. Hanap kita Manila. Ang ingay mong kay sarap sa tenga. Mga jeepney mong nagliliparan. Mga babae mong nagagandahan. Take me back in your arms, Manila, and promise me you'll never let go. Promise me you'll never let go. Manila, Manila, miss you like hell, Manila. No place in the world like Manila. I'm coming home to stay.
And good afternoon once again, everyone. I'm happy to see a lot of happy faces, which says that the food was really good. Thanks to Novotel Manila here in Araneta, Cubao, Quezon City. Just a couple of observations. The temperature in the room is just right. It's not too cold, unlike other conferences we've been in before, which means we are not wasting electricity. Another good accomplishment is by skipping our morning networking break, we were able to save on food and food waste. Yeah, and it gave us a bigger appetite for our sumptuous lunch here today. So as we settle down, we will proceed now with the second and last panel for day one of this conference. And here, we will be hearing more discussions and presentations from our resource speakers in relation to raising the bar for sustainable tourism in the Philippines and sustainability leadership of the private sector in the Philippines. We will know more about different sustainability initiatives from champions of the private sector. Without any further ado, we now begin the second panel. And for the first presentation, I am honored to present to you Mr. Roderick Ricky De Castro, who has been working for social development for over 20 years and is currently the Executive Director of Business for Sustainable Development, formerly known as Philippine Business for the Environment. In 2004, he joined then Mirant Foundation, currently Team Energy Foundation, where he led one of the biggest CSR programs undertaken by the private sector, the Alliance Mindanao Off-Grid Renewable Energy Program. Mr. De Castro also held the chairmanship of the League of Corporate Foundations and is also a member of the Advisory Council of the Armed Forces of the Philippines Leadership Development Center to discuss communicating and reporting on sustainability progress for tourism businesses. Please give a warm round of applause to Mr. Roderick F. De Castro.
Thank you very much. First of all, thank you for inviting me here. It's an honor to be part of a noble activity like this, discussing sustainability in an industry that's very big in our country. So, sorry, I was supposed to discuss what the private sector is doing and what are we doing in terms of implementing sustainable development programs, but I was focused more on sustainable tourism because I've been dying to bring this out ever since I was a mountaineer when I was young and more lighter than I am now, 30 years ago. My observation of how it changed through the years is my indication of how tourism is right now. So next slide, please. Well, yeah, we all know that the definition of sustainable tourism came out by the World Tourism Organization and UNEP. Basically, it covers most of the spectrum of sustainability: communities, environment. Sorry, I'm not used to a podium. So communities, environment, and the most important word in the definition is impact. What is your impact? For many years, we've been doing corporate social responsibility programs, and we've been counting how many programs have we done, but we never counted before what was its impact to the communities, to our stakeholders. Before shareholders, now we stakeholders. So I also do lectures in AIM, on leadership development, and we always discuss about transforming from me to we, from ecosystem to ecosystem. And now everything is about looking at the whole of the ecosystem. And even in management, it's about ecosystem-based general managers. You don't look at the income only, but you have to look at what is the impact of your programs. Because right now, before we used to call it the invisible license to operate, social license to operate. It's not invisible anymore. No, now it's becoming regulatory. Now, whoever knew na the SEC will require you to do a sustainability report. Right now, it's just filling the blanks, putting in the data, but eventually it's going to be a more comprehensive report that they will be asking because they recently partnered with a global reporting initiative. No, and they're now developing that comprehensive framework that we will all, not only listed companies, probably they will all go to member companies of SEC, no, to do the sustainability report. So next slide, please. Yeah, we know the impact of the SDG is indicated in the SDG itself, no? So in 8, 12, and 14. That's then so many others. The impact of tourism is so wide, no? Nag-usapan namin kanina, that it hits so many value chains. Next slide, please. Yeah, taken up in Rio, +20, it's part of Agenda 21, discussed in the World Summit on Sustainable Development. So we know all about how sustainable tourism is being talked about globally, how ecotourism is being done by many organizations in collaboration with other agencies involved in tourism, like hotels, travel agencies, transport. Next slide, please. And we know the impact we have to the environment. We were doing consultation with a lot of companies on sustainability, and wait, I'm gonna take it off. And most of them are saying, why are we only talking about the environment? Because there's also social. Actually, in the sustainability report, you have more disclosures on the social side, human rights, no? Than you have in the environment. No, but when you talk about ESG, environment, social, and governance, which many are trying to craft a report right now, no? The common denominator is climate resiliency. So I guess that goes also with the tourism industry, the hotels, the transport, and all those involved in tourism. Next slide, please. Yeah, economic impact. We know how much you've been contributing to the industry, but to the country. Next slide, please. But how are we doing so far? Is there a study? I was trying to make a research even before we were invited on what is the total impact of the whole tourism industry on ESG. So I've seen some researches that are more focused in areas, but I haven't seen the overall impact like I see in the financial impact. Now you contribute 5.2% to the GDP, you put in billions of pesos into, which is great, no? But what was the impact to environment? What was the impact to social? And what are the governance instruments being used to make sure, no, that the industry is minimizing its negative impact to these areas? Second, we have to continue monitoring the impact. And there's last year, and moving towards this year, many of the big companies, conglomerates, are committing to net zero. And that's a very tough commitment. Although it's still in 2050, when you say net zero, it means that not an iota of activity that you do will emit carbon. So it's very difficult, no? Very difficult, especially those who are in the business, for example, of energy. You have a new coal-fired power plant. So definitely you have to recoup your investment. So it's going to take you 20 years before you can do that. So the others are committing 20 years later, they will decommission the coal-fired power plant and go back for net zero by 2050. So is the industry ready for that? Because in other businesses, other conglomerates, I mean, the owners are saying, oh, we will do this. But, you can look at the presidents of their companies scratching their head saying, oh, no, where do we start? So it's difficult. Even GHG accounting, carbon accounting was taken up in the first half. You have to choose among the scopes 1 and 2. But are you ready for scope 3, which is a more holistic one, but more difficult to attain? So, what I'm saying here is a transformation requires commitment, no? Not only in terms of numbers, not only in terms of programs, CSR programs, but more of knowing what is your impact. Sabi nga kanina ni ma'am, you cannot manage what you cannot measure. No? So I'm doing this consultancy with a conglomerate who's involved in logistics. No? So land transportation. And so they're doing a lot of reforestation programs, which is actually substantial. No? But I always tell them, so what is the impact to your footprint? They don't know what their footprint is. No? So how can we come up with a strategy that will, for example, that will bring down your impact to the environment if we do not know what's your impact in the first place. So it's the same with tourism, no? It's good that we know that it's bringing a lot of positives to the country, jobs, income. But the thing is, what about the other side? In sustainability, we talk about two materiality: financial materiality and the other materiality, which is environment and social. And right now, it's starting to become, as I mentioned, regulatory. And not only the regulatory bodies of the government is asking for these kinds of report, but also lenders, but also investors. No, in the Western world, they're already asking what is your ESG rating, for impact investors. Not yet here, not yet here, but eventually it will. So I guess even in the industry, that's something that we have to be prepared. If you're running hotels, for example, of course, dito yung sinasabi ko kanina, na I was been trying to, ever since I was a young mountaineer in the mountains, is the issue of carrying capacity. It's easy to know the carrying capacity of the hotel kasi pag all rooms are filled up, that's it. But if your hotel is located in an area where there are critical biodiversity areas, how do you contain? Are you able to actually manage, your occupants when they go into these areas? So because that becomes your responsibility. The same thing as I was asked by the board of a big company to help them make a decision. They have a very good ESG program. They have a very good. They did the sustainability report, but there's this big opportunity for income. A big company here in the Philippines is asking them to use their ships to transport coal. So should we? Anyway, we're not part of the burning of the coal. We will only bring the coal from one point to this point. But once you do that, you become an enabler. So when we think of sustainability, when we think of net zero, you have to think of the whole ecosystem. Not because we don't burn the coal, we will just bring it there. But you become an enabler, you become part of the equation. So that's something that you have to look into as well. If you want to really push it to the next level and go, for example, net zero by 2050. Well, everyone is doing it right now, because of COP26, and right now COP27 is currently ongoing. And I heard that a Filipina, I think si Ana Dumalyang, will present the case of Masungi in COP27, right? Si Ann, right? So yun, and then next, please. Next. Okay, so other questions, like carrying capacity is still the issue. Before the pandemic, I went to Honda Bay with my family, and oh my God, I've been there in my honeymoon, and I compared it 20 years later, of how many people were taking the tour. Oh my God, I was so shocked. It was I felt that the South China Sea was extended, but sorry. But anyway, no, but it's still, there were a lot of people. And my question is the marine biology in the area? Did they make that? Did they make that? Ito kasama ko si Sir sa CCC, Did they make that that study of ano yung impact? What's the impact of that many tourists going around Honda Bay, And there used to be fishes while you're taking the boat, but now wala na eh. Wala na eh. I remember even climbing a mountain, Mount Makulot. I was young, late 80s. Nobody was in the mountain. The trail was flat. When I came back 25 years later with my children, oh my God, it's like mall. And when they have the farmers, they have their speakers, music everywhere. So when I was climbing, there used to be a lot of monkeys. But now I guess they're not there anymore. And the trail is up to my shoulders. So it wasn't managed that well. Although right now they're very strict. May environmental fee. And I think that's some of your partners siguro in the community are also charging that much. Very expensive to climb. Before I can just go there and climb alone. That's it. But it shows how it has changed so much through the years and how we actually failed to control it. One successful way of controlling it, but it shut down its doors to everyone was Mount Banao. 15 years. I've been part of Mount Banao in the early 90s as Linis Banao, but now 15 years still closed because they have to put in the systems in place. In some hotels overseas that I've been to that promote environmental treks, for example, they make sure that the place that you go to are well managed. No, there are places where you can trek, where there are places you're not allowed to go and see. So I mean, we're not at that level yet, but we're moving towards that. Respect for culture, very important. No, sometimes we forget that the land that we are doing business in is a ancestral domain. And sometimes been an issue, I think, even in Boracay, and in other areas, they're being put aside, but culture is very important, plays a major role. Human rights and labor practices, we were just talking about this. Part of sustainability report, a very big chunk of it is in human rights in the workplace. From gender equality to hiring of child laborers. So it's being taken up. So it's if you really want to go into checking how you're performing, I suggest you go do a comprehensive sustainability report and try to find out which of the disclosures you are in. Because in ESG, if you go ESG, they ask you what are the controversies you are part of. And they have a list of 23 controversies, and they come up with a rating based on that. So financial inclusion, is the business really benefiting the community? How much have you improved their standards of living? That has to be measured. The economic impact, governance and transparency. Are you reporting everything that's happening? Because in the sustainability report, the good things and the bad things are being reported. You cannot report, you cannot not report anything. Like we had ashfall before when I was working for a coal-fired power plant, and we had to report that. But we also said that we have 2,000 wild ducks inside the power plant, and we're conserving them, and we're doing mitigation programs. So, and doing other activities to prevent another ashfall. So you become that it's part of transparency and governance. And I guess in the tourism industry, since you're hitting a lot of areas on sustainability, it's going to be going to be a bit tedious. But with the dawn of digital platforms, and the data analytics, it can be made. And of course, the emissions, very difficult to track, because the airlines, the boats, it's difficult to do an industry study, but wouldn't it be wonderful to have one? So each and every participant in the industry can know what is the impact of the industry to the country. And maybe your strategies when it comes even to CSR, and ESG would depend on something that came out of a very thorough research, very rigorous research. So you can be more efficient in implementing your ESG program, your sustainability roadmaps. Next. Well, that's it. Thank you. So later on, siguro, during the question and answer, we can discuss how can you go deeper. So thank you very much again. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Roderick De Castro of Business for Sustainable Development. And he talked to us about reporting. Reporting is all about accountability. So one thing there is that sustainability reporting has been required by the SEC already, Securities and Exchange Commission, for all publicly listed companies. It's now mandatory. But they have also made public statements in the recent past saying that they will expand this requirement moving forward to all SEC-registered corporations. So do not wait for them to catch you off guard. If we may all suggest here to go beyond compliance already and start putting together your sustainability reports if you are a SEC-registered corporation. Okay, our next speaker in this panel is Ms. Alexis Bautista, a nutritionist dietitian by profession with 8 years of extensive experience in food safety, hygiene, and sanitation. Ms. Bautista is currently the Quality and Sustainability Manager of the Conventions Group under SM Hotels and Conventions Corporation. In her capacity, she collaborates with different stakeholders to effectively execute the SMX Sustainability Action Plan based on the SMHCC's 7 green goals. Ms. Bautista also oversees the hygiene and sustainability program of 8 convention centers and assists in managing 3 hotels under SM Hotels and Conventions Corp. Ladies and gentlemen, a nice warm round of applause for Miss Alexis Bautista.
Thank you for that introduction. Good afternoon, everyone. So before I start my presentation, I'd like to give you an overview about SM Hotels and Conventions. So you were established in 2008 with the primary purpose of managing and developing the hotel and conventions properties of SM Prime. And as of now, we are comprised of 9 hotels and 8 convention centers. Next slide, please. So starting 2007, SM Prime has taken the lead in expressing its commitment to support the Philippine government and the United Nations Office for Disaster Risk Reduction through the private sector's Alliance for Disaster Resilient Society, or ARISE, where Mr. Han C. sits in the board. We have built malls that are ready for any climate disaster. And as we all know, our very own Conrad Manila was built with a Gold LEED certification. Under the pillar of business resiliency, SM Prime has launched projects to take care of its shareholders, especially our partner as MSME, and the communities during disasters through the assistance of SM Foundation. And with COVID-19 happening, it is very evident that SM has stood strong, whether it may be climate, geophysical, economic, or even health-related. With our business resiliency programs well established, SM Prime then moves its focus on climate mitigation, and this was when SM Green Movement was born. SM Green Movement's primary purpose was to create meaningful impact through practical, sustainable solutions and best business practices that is not only good for the environment, but also in the communities that we operate in. And between 2019 up to current, we have approximately 8 million cubic meters of water saved. 50% of our energy come from renewable resources. We have a total of 24 hectares of mangroves planted, 3 marine protected areas, and a total of 8,000 kilograms of plastic waste diverted from the landfill. I am also proud to announce that the next focus of SM Prime is to move forward to further our commitment holistically and wide-reaching by now focusing on a science-based target of decarbonization, moving towards the goal of carbon offsetting by the year 2050. Next slide, please. To share the plans of SM Prime, since collectively we are in the business of real estate, our most generated waste would be energy. SM Prime will be focusing on the action plans specifically on shifting to low carbon energy through renewable resources, using technology for efficiency, carbon offsetting through reforestation. And while we focus on the similar activities as Prime, the scale will be different for SM Hotels and Conventions Corp. Next slide, please. We will continue to use our building management system and in-room technology to manage our energy cost. We apply necessary solar solutions and more efficient equipment with our inverter appliances. And this is already implemented in Pico de Loro Beach Club, the Al Vista Hotel, and some of our newly opened SMX convention centers. We continue to convert all our light bulbs to LED, in which we have already accomplished 70% across all our properties. We have already started our offsetting projects through our green procurement program, recycling and upcycling measures, as well as our annual tree planting in all our properties. We continue to recycle wastewater and divert our gray water to the mall for their use in their air conditioning units, chilled water, as well as restrooms for toilet flushing. For solid waste management, our priorities are food waste and single-use items, since these are our biggest waste components. And lastly, circularity in operations will be implemented and will be focused mostly in closing the loop of our food chain. For next year, we will move forward and enhance our existing projects while we pursue new ones. We are strengthening our green supply chain by engaging our suppliers with our enhanced supplier checklist, including our sustainability parameters, and prioritizing all those suppliers who will assist us with our sustainability needs. We will also strengthen our composting and recycling programs and find solutions and local recyclers in the municipalities where our properties operate in. And lastly, we are organizing more community-based programs that will not only provide livelihood, but also provide awareness campaigns regarding our sustainability initiatives that will educate the communities on how to practice a sustainable lifestyle. Next slide, please. To monitor our science-based progress, SM Prime has partnered with WWF and CBPI to help us align our projects with our science-based targets. Some of the items that this partnership will bring to the table would be accountability, making sure our science-based targets are accurate and achievable, adaptability, making sure that all our activities complement the existing ones that we are already implementing. And as a finale to my presentation, let me quote our very own Tatang, Mr. Henry C. Sr., in which he says, "The constant expansion of our malls and stores are proof of the fact that our holistic approach to development benefits not only us, but also the communities that we operate in."
Thank you. I'll get your number. Thank you so much, Ms. Alexis Bautista. Let me do a quick survey of the audience. Think back to the last 2 or 3 hotels that you stayed in your travels. How many of you remember seeing a signage card in the bathroom that says, hang your towel if you want to reuse them, or leave them on the floor if you want to have them laundered? Raise your hand if majority. Okay. Second question, last question. How many of you have seen a signage card on the buffet table saying get only what you eat? Raise your hand if you've seen one. No one. I saw one 2 weeks ago at SM's Park Inn by Radisson in Bacolod. It says, get only what you need. You are welcome to eat all you can, but please eat all you take. Be part of the solution in preventing food waste. So congratulations, you're a trendsetter. I wish most buffet places and hotels put signages like this also. And I also heard that that same hotel has now had a partnership with the Negros Economic Development Foundation for the processing of their food waste into bokashi. So on the ground, I can validate that SM Hotels is really doing something good for the environment. Thank you very much, Ms. Alexis. Our third speaker for this panel is the President and CEO of Travelers International Hotel Group, which owns and operates Newport World Resorts, the first integrated resort in the Philippines. He is currently the president of Alliance Global Group, Inc., one of the largest conglomerates in the Philippines, which he has been with for over 25 years now. Prior to these designations, Mr. Kingston Sian was formerly the Vice President of First Pacific Bank, later renamed Bank of East Asia, in Hong Kong, and previously connected with Citicorp Real Estate Inc. in the United States. Ladies and gentlemen, let's all welcome the President of Travelers International and a former colleague at the Mega World Group, Mr. Kingston Sian.
Thank you, Maggie. Good afternoon. Thank you for inviting me. Okay, I just want to share our sustainability program called I Love Earth. Just a brief background of where I work. I work in a place called Newport World Resorts, formerly called Resorts World Manila. This is in Pasay City. And it's the country's first integrated resort development, which comprise of leisure entertainment facilities, casino, theater. We have around 8 hotels in the complex, which totals around 3,600 hotel rooms. I guess it will be it's probably the largest concentration of hotel rooms in one single development. No? And we started the project roughly 13 years ago. Next year will be our 14th year. And I guess I'm the oldest employee there. I started it when there was nothing there. And we're now 5,000 strong employees. No? So within the complex, we have various hotels: Marriott International, Sheraton, Hilton, Okura Hotel, Holiday Inn Express. We have Belmont, Savoy, Maxims. And each of them have their own sustainability program. So during the pandemic, we harmonized everything under one banner advocacy program called I Love Earth, which I'm going to share with you today. Before I get into some of the key things that we're doing, I just want to share some of the studies that recently came out about sustainable travel. And it clearly shows that a lot of the consumers increasingly choose to stay in hotels or destinations that obviously embrace sustainability programs. No? In fact, the Filipinos, right there on the left side, 98% of Filipino travelers give more importance now to sustainable travel, right? And everything else equal, between two destinations, people would prefer to go to one that is more sustainable, and they might even travel even further or maybe even pay a premium to stay in a more sustainable destination. So as I said, we harmonize all of the individual programs under one banner program called I Love Earth. Next slide, please. The program is called I Love Earth. No? So most of the corporate programs are coming from the top, and then they cascade it down. And typically for the employees, they would go to a quarterly, maybe clean the beach or plant some trees, have a nice shirt, take pictures, post it on the Facebook. That's nice. That's no problem with that, right? But our intention really is to start from the bottom with a commitment from individuals that I, the individual, love Earth, and that this is a commitment of me as an individual, not just as an employee, and that we want to teach them a lot of the skills and understanding of what is sustainable living, so that they can bring it to their own home and become their own green advocate at home and in their own communities. No? So it just so happens that Earth and Heart are spelled with exactly 5 letters. And we want to start this program from the heart rather than from the head. Because normally, when you talk about sustainable programs, people always think, oh, it's too expensive. Oh, it's just a marketing gimmick. And as they say, love conquers all. So we want to start from the heart and go from there. So repurpose the world through sustainable living. Not just a sustainable program, but sustainable living. No? So we used the 5 letters of heart as our 5 pillars. And from there, we carry out the program. No? Starting from H, healthy, sustainable sourcing. And then, of course, environmental impact, active engagement, which includes certification. And then the normal 3 R's, which is reduce, recycle, repurpose. But we added a first R, which is reform. Reform the way we do things. Even before you produce the waste, can we think of ways to eliminate that byproduct or the waste, right? Start re-looking at the way we do things and maybe reimagine what we do, re-engineer it, right? And my example always there is that we're doing a program now that by next year, we would eliminate printing of paper in the office for memos, stuff like that, right? So if you're able to reimagine the way you do things, then there's no more paper waste. There's nothing to recycle, nothing to repurpose, and nothing to reduce. And then, of course, T is transformed through teaching and training. So some examples of the pillars, of course, with H. In fact, today, no, this morning at 2:30 a.m., our first machine farm, they call it machine farm, has arrived on site. That's the one on the left. We will produce our own vegetables on site in these self-contained containers. Those containers are 36 square meters of footprint, but it can produce equivalent to that of half an acre of land, farmland, right? So clearly we will not have any more carbon footprint there because there's nothing to deliver. We pick the vegetables, go straight to the restaurant. So we will produce 750 kilograms of beautiful vegetables, organically grown, every month, right? We will, on site, in front of our hotel. You come and visit and pick your vegetables. We will not compete with local farmers because we will produce the ones that we import. Bok choy, kailan, arugula, all of these expensive vegetables. No? So that's the one. We will do our first planting in January. And every single month thereafter, we will produce 750 kilos of vegetables from one container van, right? So we use 95% less water. We less inputs, and of course, no carbon footprint there. So E, the environmental impact, by next year, 25% of our power, and we use a lot of power because we're 24/7, 25% of our power will come from our rooftop solar panels. And within the next 5 years, we plan to go up to 50% renewable by buying the balance from the grid. No? We also have partnered with ABS-CBN Foundation to repurpose our used cooking oil, used electronic equipment, and used battery. No? So it's a tripartite agreement with a third party that repurposes. And the product that they produce out of those materials, they sell it, and part of the proceeds get donated to ABS-CBN Foundation. No? We've teamed up with EarthCheck out of Australia to do certification. EarthCheck does a lot of certification for the hotel industry globally. So we just don't want to be the one patting ourselves on the shoulder, say that we're doing a good job. We want to be certified. We want to be benchmarked with the best in the world. No? Third is the reform, reduce, recycle, repurpose. By next year, 100% of our rooms will not use any more plastic. No? We've been converting, those small bottles of amenities. We're now using those bulk amenities that are in big canisters mounted on the wall, and you pump out the shampoo. So no more plastic bottles that we give away. The linens that we have, this is just an example. We make it into beautiful pajamas that we give away to our guests. Just an example. And then, as I said, in the room, we don't use any more plastic bottles. We bottle our own water in these reusable glass bottles. Those areas that we cannot use glass bottles because for safety reasons, we've teamed up with Coca-Cola. And it has a green cap. They collect all of those plastic bottles and recycle it. No? So these are not single-use plastic bottles. And of course, teaching, this is very important. As I said, we want to convert all of our 5,000 employees to green advocates, no? To bring those skills and knowledge back into their own homes. We want them to plant their own vegetables, do composting, thereby, through the savings, create what we call green dividends, no? Extra savings for them. No? Okay, this is the last slide. That's it. All right, thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Kingston Sian. You know, it's not often that we get no less than the president of a big organization speaking at a sustainability conference like this. And not only the position, but also the scale, the magnitude of all of the hotels put together under Travelers Group, everything they're doing. And he's also the president of Alliance Global, which includes not just the Travelers Group. It includes Mega World. It includes their holdings in McDonald's, the food group, Emperador. So thank you. And I noticed Kingston was here at the start of the conference. He didn't just come here to speak in his panel after lunch. He's been here listening and learning with the rest of us since 9 a.m. So a big thanks to Mr. Kingston Sian, a true champion of the earth with a heart. All right. Our fourth speaker, penultimate speaker, we have two more speakers before the open forum, is Mr. Kiko Velhagen, who was previously the project officer of the Transforming Tourism Value Chains Project Philippines. Currently, he is a sustainability officer for 10 Knots Philippines, reporting for Leo Tourism Estate, where his role revolves around the monitoring and implementation of sustainability and environmental compliance, guidelines and policies, and initiatives within the estate. Mr. Velhagen also took a short course on designing and developing sustainable tourism in 2018 at the Asian Institute of Management and is also a climate reality leader. To speak about supporting the Global Tourism Plastics Initiative, please give a warm round of applause to Mr. Kiko Velhagen.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for having me here. It's good to be back in a different role. But yeah, so I'm the Sustainability Officer for 10 Knots Philippines Inc. And I'll be presenting our plastics journey of the 10 Knots Group. Okay. So yeah, the basis of this presentation is just what we've been doing in the group in terms of phasing out single-use plastics and eventually becoming a signatory to the Global Tourism Plastics Initiative, which is, as a refresher, just a call to action for all tourism businesses to phase out and increase, circularity for problematic or unnecessary single-use plastics. So in the next slide. So what you see on your screen now is El Nido Banquet Bay. This is where 10 Knots Group mainly operates. We have a contract with the government or a tenurial instrument called the Forest Land Use Agreement for Tourism, where we loan the land and develop it in our own sustainable manner. In the next slide. So as just a quick background, so El Nido is in the northern part of Palawan. It's 6.30% of Palawan's total area, spanning about 920 square kilometers. So in the next slide. So El Nido has been declared several things throughout the years: marine turtle sanctuary, a marine reserve, and eventually a managed resource protected area. So this is providing a bit of context on where we're operating and why it's important that we're doing this initiative. Okay, in the next slide. So 10 Knots Group is a subsidiary of Ayala Land Hotels and Resorts, recognized for its sustainable tourism and stewardship over its natural environment. So as you can see, the two main businesses under 10 Knots Group is El Nido Resorts and Leo Beach, or Leo Tourism Estate. In the next slide. So El Nido Resorts is a collection of 4 island resorts. So we have Apulit, Lagen, Minilok, and Pangulasian. So they're all located, majority of them are located in Banquet Bay, and Apulit located in the municipality of Taytay. Leo Tourism Estate, on the other hand, is the first sustainable master plan development located in El Nido, Villa Libertad. So it's about a 324-hectare resort town that's comprised of several resorts, shops, restaurants, an artisanal hub, an airport, and the like. Okay, so going straight to it, in terms of our solid waste management and in relation to plastics, first and foremost, our baseline is of course the local municipal ordinance of El Nido regulating single-use plastics. But on top of this, we've implemented banning unnecessary and other single-use plastics on top of their list. So we've included balloons, confetti, other plastic bags or takeout, and cellophane for the estate. So we have this policy where all merchants or locators are not allowed to use these, but we also communicate alternatives that are available within the area that they can use. Well, as for the resorts, same applies, adding a bit more to a certain capacity of banning and phasing out single-use plastics. And with the new schemes or guidelines, it was observed between 2018 and 2019 a 61% reduction of banned plastic waste generation in the resorts. So just in the next 3 slides, just a few examples of what the resorts have been procuring. So kacha or cloth bags, some natural materials or dried leaves still used as amenities or tokens. And at the same time, still communicating for those tourists who eventually request for disposable toiletries in the end. This is one thing that we also implement. Okay. So to complement this, our overall solid waste management system, we have a strict implementation of segregation at source. So in each department, in each resort, and as for the estate, for each business that operates in the resort. And both businesses have their own materials recovery facility where the waste is further processed, segregated if needed, and ensured its circularity where it ends up in for composting, sold at junk shops or local recyclers. Okay, next slide. So 10 Huts Group also partnered with Green Ants, the developer of the eco bricks, where they mix plastic and cement and create these eco bricks or eco pavers. So we've developed this Leo Eco Hub, so which is in El Nido, and this is where all plastic that still gets generated end up and turned into eco bricks, and these eco bricks are reserved for the natural or pathwalks inside the estate. Okay, what I'm showing you now as well from our sister companies in Seda Hotels in Cebu, another best practice that we'd like to share is their hopeful partnership with this company, GUN Co, where they turn waste, residual or plastic waste, into fluff fuel, which is an alternative to coal. So, which has been a supported project by UNIDO, given that fluff fuel has lower CO2 emissions than fossil fuels. So this is ongoing. This is a long-time project of this company in particular, and the hotel's presence there eventually will establish a partnership with them. Okay. So in the next slide, so right where we're at in terms of Global Tourism Plastics Initiative. So before the group signed, became a signatory, One Planet Network helped us conduct a self-assessment. So things or 4 points for improvement in terms of our current system. So as you can see, we still have plastic cotton buds. The group provides self-serving, one-serving packaged goods, so such as yogurt. And still, even though this is not available in the beginning, some disposable toiletries are still offered upon request. And then we also have the cling films and the delivery of goods such as fish in cellophane. Other than that, we aim to invest further in our materials recovery facilities. in terms of infrastructure and the staff, and as well as continue to report our sustainability indicators and commitments internally, but also more now externally to show the overall committed or action that 10 Nuts Group has. Okay. In the next slide. So here is just a quick overview of our commitments in the GTPI, which is until 2025, where we hope to really eradicate, eliminate any unnecessary and problematic single-use plastics. So for rooms, we still have some plastics that we aim to eliminate next year, and including the single-serving packaging. For kitchen, as mentioned a while ago, the cling films, and eventually introduce reusable solutions for the kitchen, so refilling most likely. And as for logistics, which is again quite difficult at the moment because we do have supplies coming in from Manila through boat and through plane. So we really hope to tackle this in the coming years and introduce reusable solutions and remove unnecessary plastic packaging. All throughout these years, we will set up a task force, which is again part of our commitment to overlook and see these are our actions moving forward, and also work simultaneously on increasing or making sure that plastic packaging is reusable, recyclable, or compostable by 2025. And lastly, to leverage these things forward in a way which starts in procurement, we hope to establish procurement criteria on reusability, recyclability, and compostability. So these are very challenging tasks, but we are up for it moving forward. Okay. So in the next slide, so our main overall challenges at the moment, the group, is that so at the moment, since we're upcycling and turning into eco bricks, we accept that these are not permanent solutions. We are in a way just delaying its end of life due to certain constraints and certain capacities. We have not achieved yet this, final or the solution to really end the use of problematic or unnecessary single-use plastics. So in a way, this concept or idea we carry in our hearts and our minds, and really, really try to climb up that ladder to overcome these challenges. So upcycling is very good in terms of diverting plastic from landfill or ocean, which is again very important in an area where it's protected. Which is why this is, I guess, the most challenging part to ensure that in the future we do not use any as much as possible. Okay. So in the last slide, so just some important points to end my presentation. So first and foremost is the consideration of area of operation. So in a way, there are other challenges that I have not mentioned, but I guess we can imagine what those can be when operating in a managed resource protected area. Next is the inclusion of communities. So it would be unfair to just think of how we in a company internally can focus on this problem when we do have other communities and neighboring societies that can also benefit from this. The sustainable procurement criteria, so which is a very technical and challenging process in my experience from a Green Choice Philippines. Recycling and composting rates in and outside of the business. So as I mentioned, at this time we are to leverage what's the opportunities in terms of recycling and composting until we can achieve total eradication of these problematic plastics. Call to action or collaboration, which is encompassing of all points. And lastly, permanently addressing the problem or the issue, which is really looking further down the causes and pinpointing the root cause where we can make real significant change. So to end my slide, I'll just read the quote at the bottom. So sustainability is about living life in the future as we know it today and even better. So that's the end of my presentation, and I hope to see you in El Nido someday. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Kiko Velhagen. It's nice to see Kiko. I first met him 5 years ago when he was with PSEPSD and talking to us at Enderon Colleges about this project, Tourism Value Chains. And it's nice to see him move to the other side from the nonprofit sector to industry, working for a sustainability-minded corporation like Ten Nuts. You know what separates all these resorts in Palawan from the rest of the resorts in the country? It's the presence of the Palawan Council for Sustainable Development, which is another layer of permits and compliance and checking, by a semi-quasi-LGU body. So congratulations to Kiko Velhagen of Ten Nuts for doing a good job. I asked him how old he was. He's 28. So I think si Miss Ayla is still the youngest speaker so far. Last but not the least, our final speaker for this panel is Mr. Carlo Angelo Evangelista, advocating for both safety and sustainability in hospitality management. Mr. Evangelista concurrently serves as the compliance manager and safety officer of Savoy Hotel Manila, where he established the hotel's food safety management system and developed the occupational safety and health program, envisioning a safe and healthy working environment. Furthermore, he spearheaded the hotel's We Save sustainability program, which made Savoy the first Philippine homegrown hotel brand to be a signatory of the Glasgow Declaration. Here to talk about supporting the Glasgow Declaration, please give a warm round of applause to Mr. Carlo Angelo Evangelista.
Right, so I believe I'm the last speaker, right? Pressure. But first of all, I would like to thank PSEPSD and TVC for inviting me here. It's an honor and be humbled to be invited over as a speaker. But before I start, I would like to recognize first the General Manager of Savoy Hotel Manila, Mr. Den Navarro, and Cluster General Manager of Mega World Hotels and Resorts, NCR Plus, Mr. June Husto. And lastly, sir, Mr. Kingson Sian. Pleasure to have you here. All right. So I'm going to be here sharing with you why Savoy Hotel Manila is a sustainable advocate. But first, let me give you a history. Where did we start establishing our sustainability program, right? So at first, we are puzzled and clouded. Where do we start with sustainability? What we should do? So with that, we just took a step back and we didn't go far for looking the foundation. So next slide, please. So with that, we visit our corporate vision as part of Mega World Hotels and Resorts. So we uplift lives, impact society, and help shape the nation. As you can see, I've underlined 3 words over there. So uplift lives, impact society, and shape the nation. And that, it answers to sustainability. So at the start, we are meant to a sustainable path, right? So with that, we used it and established our We Save sustainability program. Next slide. So Savoy Hotel Manila Sustainability Program, we name it at We Save. And this We Save program is our commitment in converting our operations into a more sustainable path. And this also aids our tourism for the success of having a sustainable tourism. And as you can see, we have a tagline called Small Steps, Big Impact. So we believe that it's not about the luxurious things or the lavish amenities you have or you do for sustainability. It starts with, by example, bringing your own tumbler at work, okay? Riding a bicycle, shutting off your lights when you go out to your office. So that already has a big impact in our sustainability. So yeah, with that, we believe in taking small steps, right? So next slide, please. So in order to measure our sustainability initiatives, we have developed the 4 pillars of We Save, right? So in these 4 pillars, we anchor all our initiative programs, right? So we have Conserve to Serve, Community to Shape, Customer Care, and Created for All. And we name it as 4 Cs. Next slide, please. Right. So with those pillars, it answers to all as much as we can. It answers to all the 17 SDGs, or the Sustainability Development Goals, right? So next pillar. Next. All right. So first, let's go with the Conserve to Serve. Our priority goal in Conserve to Serve is reducing our carbon footprints. So what do we do in reducing our carbon footprints? Of course, we measure our energy efficiency. So if we're reducing our energy, we are using newsletter papers instead of regular bond papers. And then also as much as we can, we establish initiatives to reduce water and our food waste. Then next, please. Right. Community to Shape. Our priority goal is civic unity. So in this pillar, we want to give back to our community, right? As sa Hotel Manila, located in Pasay, we just recently conducted yung mga Brigada Eskwela, and then help do a feeding program and stuff. So as part of the community, we want them to get involved, and we want to thank them by having sustainable initiatives with them. Right. Next. Right. And next is Customer Care. Priority goal is innovative services. As we all know, sustainability entails we are limiting our services, we are limiting our supplies. But by limiting our supplies and services, we do not jeopardize giving excellent or high quality service to our stakeholders. So this is our priority when it comes to customer care. Next slide. And lastly is Created for All. Priority goal is growth and culture, right? We want to develop our employees not just only by as they are Savoy employees, but once they step out of the hotel, they will carry the culture that we let them embody and practice, and also for their career development, right? So with that, we are really focused on their tomorrow. Next slide, please. Right. So do you agree if I say culture eats strategy for breakfast? So yeah, in Savoy Hotel Manila, we are really prioritizing to build a culture first before doing initiatives, right? So this is where you let your staff or your people know that you do things not only by commanding them or by just complying, but you let them do things straight from the heart, just like what Mr. Kea said earlier, right? So with that, building a sustainable culture, first, we educate. So we educate our staff. What is sustainability? Why it should be part of your daily lives? Next is we let them practice, right? So we let them practice what sustainability initiatives that you can do. And lastly, the most important thing is we let them embody. So once they step out of the property, that they carry sustainability living with them, right? And this is something that I can say is a work in progress, because in Savoy Hotel Manila and Mega World Hotels and Resorts, we believe that learning is inevitable. Even if you already can say that you are fully equipped with sustainable knowledge, still every day you learn, right? So next. So how we build our sustainable culture? We start first by having these set of webinars. So I conducted the webinar series called Embracing Change. So slowly we let people, or let our staff know how important sustainability in every aspects. So like for vertical farming, we let them know how vertical farming works, how we can do farming without degrading soils, right? And then the waste management program, Waste Must Act, and Trash to Cashback, and resource efficiency tool as to cap off our season 1 of Embracing Change. So in the future, maybe it's on the Netflix now kasi we're season 1. So yeah, next slide, please. So also we do quarterly or monthly events that pertains to sustainability. right? So we engage people, we let them embody, we let them practice, we let them love sustainability. So we conducted these activities and events like We Race for Green, Quest for Environmental Points, we celebrate Earth Day, World Cleanup Day, World Food Safety Day, International Friendship Week, and across cultures. So people can know and understand how to deal with different cultures. Next slide, please. Right, and these are other initiatives when it comes to establishing a sustainable culture. So we do career development trainings and compliance workshops, CSR activities, giving back to our community, and recognizing sustainable advocates of the quarter. In reality, yes, we really need to have encourage staff, and incentivizing is really part of this one as a start, right? So yeah, we award sustainable advocates of the quarter based on the activities that we do every quarter. Right. Next slide. Right. And as a sustainable tourism advocate, next slide. In reducing our carbon footprints, here are initiatives. So we use LED lights in all our guest rooms. Wall-mounted dispensers replace the small plastic ones, and climate controls in all of areas of the hotel. In-room green choices. So this one was mentioned earlier, the signage. So with that, we use repurposed bamboos as a signage to let the guests know what sustainable initiatives that they can do to contribute for tomorrow. Right. And yeah, our hotel key cards are now made from repurposed bamboos. Next slide, please. And next is we also have a waste management program. Right, so we named it as Waste Weekend. Okay. So our first project in Waste Weekend is we partnered with Best or Trash to Cashback. So what we did is a encourage department to gather waste. So at the end of the challenge, the most department who gathered the most amount of kilos of waste will be the winner, right? So the total kilos generated with this program, this only run from 1 month. So in 1 month, we generated 2,395.68 kilograms. And with that, it is convertible to environmental points. Total is 11,628 environmental points. And that point is equivalent to peso. Right? So that's how much peso that is lost from the trash. Okay? That's why we are really vital about our trash and repurposing it. So next slide, please. And next is the food waste management program. So in adapting RAP and Guardians of the Grub, they are NGOs from the Europe. So with this one, we adapted their food waste management program and apply it into our current situation. Right. So in our kitchen, we use food waste tracker. So all outlets and even our cafeteria. So with that, we labeled each bin for spoilage, guest plate waste, and preparation waste. So for this one, we are able to track the operations and time where we generate the most food waste. So with that, we now get pre-cut food items and pickled fruit peels. Next slide, please. And in relation to our food waste management program, of course, our main goal is the food waste not to be thrown directly to our landfill. So what we do is we do a composting program, right? So all the food waste, we compost it. And our goal for next year is that we do not need to buy any more soil. So we just use our own soil, and maybe, yeah, we can do it for greener pastures. So yeah. Next slide, please. Next is the sustainable farming. So we partnered with Down to Earth. So they provide vertical towers. So with this one, we do not need to damage our soil or lessen the land. For 6 months, so this is just started this year. In 6 months, we generated 4,005 pesos of savings. So just 6 months. And then those are the things that we can harvest. And right now we are using all the harvest in our buffets. So there are signages as well in our buffets that you can see which plants or vegetables harvested in our vertical gardens that are used, right? So just last week, we harvested a 15 kilos, so in a span of 2 weeks. So yeah. And also in back of that one, in addition, we also do hybrid hydroponics, right, without using chemicals. So next slide, please. All right. And also with the help of PSEMSD and TVC, we also use the resource efficiency tool to track our carbon footprints. Right. So we work with them side by side. I mean, in order for us to familiarize and embody the use of resource efficiency tool in our day-to-day operations. So in this RE tool, we track our energy, water, waste, food waste, and plastics. Right. And this will also serve as the basis of our climate action plan. Next slide, please. And as a global sustainability advocate, we are first signatory under Mega World Hotels and Resorts as the signatory of the Glasgow Declaration, right? So we are committed by 2050 to reach net zero, right? So how can we do that? By establishing our climate action plan, right? So with this as a signatory, we already established a policy and procedure in where every quarter we, together with the EXCO and with the GM, that we will have a meeting to address what needs to be done when it comes to our climate action plan. So that in order for us to track our efficiency. Next slide, please. All right. So yeah, I believe the main thing that we want to prevent in regards to sustainability is greenwashing, right? So with that one, I suggest, and then for you guys as well, that it's really starts with the culture. Really starts with a solid culture, and of course, it really starts with ourselves. So if we practice and embody sustainability, then we can be a good role model. And with that, I will leave you a message that in small steps, we can make big impact. So thank you. How old are you, Carlo? 25.
Thank you, Mr. Carlo Angelo Evangelista, the youngest speaker for today. Give him a big hand. Earlier, I commented Mr. Kingson for being, top management CEO, presenting him here himself. Now we had a case of a young bull with the boss behind him supporting, and we have to give it to the guy, at the time when we needed a wake-up call for the sagging energy, here comes the youngest guy with the loudest voice, a snazzy outfit, and the confidence. So thank you for a great talk. Let's all give him a big round of applause. May I call on our 5 speakers on stage now as we prepare for this open forum, this panel discussion. I will call the panel moderator shortly, but please let me call back on stage Mr. Roderick De Castro, Ms. Alexis Bautista, Mr. Kingson Sian, Mr. Kiko Velhagen, and Mr. Carlo Angelo Evangelista. To those who are asking how they can get a copy of the slide decks, the presentations, our staff from PSEPSD will put them all in a Google Drive, which you can access by scanning the QR code that you can find in the boarding passes that were given to you, when you registered. For those on Zoom, all 30 plus watching on Zoom, 40, more than 40 now, you will also be given a link, or an email. And all the participants will receive an email with a QR code that will direct you to that Google Drive with all the presentation files inside. All right. So we really look for, can we have another seat, please? Can the hotel staff please add another seat? You'll use the podium. All right, never mind. All right. Let me introduce our moderator for this panel now. Dr. Benigno Glenn Rigaforte is a registered microbiologist, has 17 years of industry experience in food safety, quality management, food production, airline catering, and technical marketing. At present, he is a professor at the School of Hotel, Restaurant, and Institution Management of De La Salle College of St. Benilde. Recently, he was elected as Philippine Director of the Asia Pacific Council on Hotel, Restaurant, and Institutional Education, and is also a member of the Philippine Stakeholders Advisory Group of the Transforming Tourism Value Chains Project. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give a big warm round of applause to Dr. Benigno Glenn Ricaforte, our panel moderator.
Thank you, sir. Magandang hapon sa inyong lahat. Good afternoon. I hope you will prepare your questions. So while you're preparing your questions, I'll just describe my experience today. There are two words that can describe my experience today: learning and rewarding. Why learning? So many new concepts, relearning what I learned already. Why is it rewarding? To see my former students speak for you. For me, I did a sharing of touching their minds and transforming lives. To see my former students speak to you, for me, is a great reward as a teacher. Okay? Thank you so much. Okay? In the person of Miss Alabado and, of course, Mr. Carlo Evangelista. Okay? So, any questions from the crowd, from the audience? Do you have anyone, or let me start the ball rolling first? Okay, so I'll start the first question. I hope everybody can answer this because this is too general. Because you all, what you've said are all success stories, but beyond each success, there are challenges that you more or less we want to know the challenges that you experience during the implementation of this program for sustainability. I guess anybody can start. Anyone from you? Okay. What are the challenges that you met while implementing this?
Yeah.
Yes. Go on.
Give me a good grade, huh?
Yeah.
Right, sir. So with that question, the challenge, I guess, based on experience, what we face first is about acceptance. So that's why earlier in my presentation, I really focus on building a sustainable culture. So yeah, slowly, don't need to rush. You need a lot of patience. You need to let your people or your colleagues embody what is sustainability really is, and how can it affect the tomorrow, since we all know that we are borrowing right now this earth for the future generations. So with that, it starts with acceptance, and acceptance starts, of course, in a business standpoint with the top level management. So it all goes down, and I think having a sustainable culture and our staff accept what sustainability is, the rest will flow. All right. So yeah, that's it, sir.
From the SM group?
For us, I think one of the main challenges that we had was the government or the private sector partners in executing our solutions, especially for our properties in municipalities where there are very limited, for example, local recyclers or even waste haulers. No, it was really hard for us kasi, of course, for example, for our properties in the southern Luzon areas, our recyclers or waste haulers would even come from Manila at first. So it was really hard because it also increases our carbon footprint.
Thank you.
Hello. Yeah, mindset people. I think we need to because as I mentioned in my talk, people always think that sustainability programs are costly, or it's just a something that we need to do, and then we go back to what we're doing in our old ways. So it's mindset, a lot of mindsetting, and it takes time, as Carlo mentioned. But I think a lot of it is trying to really educate it, institutionalize the programs. Data collection is always a challenge, right? Because if you cannot measure it, as a lot of speakers have mentioned, if you cannot measure it, people don't take it seriously. And part of measuring it, it's also, in a way, psychic reward, right? If you see that you're improving, it empowers the people that are involved. No? So I think it really starts from that, mindset, and that's why we say we just start from the heart instead, no? Because I think the passion for this type of things should not just be left in the office, but it should be embraced by the person. That's why we espouse sustainable living rather than it's just a corporate, thing that we need to do in the office.
Yeah, just to continue on to what Sir said, no, it's actually, is it true? No, we call it ownership. No, you have to have open mind, open will, and open heart. And it's not only a corporate thing. It for some organizations that we're helping, it goes all the way down to when the employees go home. No? So it's a sustainable living. On the technical side, the difficulty is we have so many reports coming up. No, so we have an integrated report. Most of the conglomerates are adopting the integrated report, but others, they still do TCFD, sustainability report. Others would like to do all the reports. But if you look at the content, they're all the same. No, so yeah, the different formats. So actually, the business world is begging for one standard that would cover everything. No, when you look at it, and probably the integrated report is emerging of Sustainability Accounting Standards Bureau and IFRS. No, so it's already, they're starting to become one. No, hopefully we can have just one that everyone can use. So that's becoming a problem because many are asking, what report should we do? No, so we hope we can come up with one standard. And even in carbon decarbonization, it's difficult because we don't have a globally accepted one standard in doing carbon stock assessment. You have to do different variations and choose the most conservative result, no, to come up with nearest to the actual. So yeah, these are the challenges that we met.
Thank you. Mr. Belhagen.
So I'd like to echo as well on the mindset part and add also in our case available technology or infrastructure. So in our case, where we operate again in a managed protected area and what we've developed so far, we're only again upcycling or delaying the end of plastic or the end of its life, per se. So in a way that limits the capacity, our capacity, and what are the available options right now. In a way, though the message that we want to portray is mainly tackling the problem of plastic ending up in landfill or ocean by turning it into something more valuable. But others might think, since it's a good project, we should use more plastic so that we can develop these eco bricks and this and leverage this technology. So in a way, mindset comes in terms of how we perceive the technology and the use of plastic or unnecessary single-use plastics. It can be quite difficult to enforce this in businesses and merchants or departments, not because we see that they're not following. I mean, we do, but there are a lot of chances where we just see some plastics, not segregated properly. Maybe some are taking it somewhere else and not really 100% complying with certain policies that we are trying to enforce, and accompany it with a message that why this is important, why it's a sustainability thing. So to tackle that further, there's still that pursuit for education and awareness. So on a personal scale, on what they can, on how they can leverage their purchasing power, and introducing them to alternatives and solutions to tackle this issue to its core.
Thank you. So before we entertain the question, this is actually the summary of what I got from the panel. It's an acronym in Tagalog or in Filipino, ASAL mo. In English, mind your manners. A for acceptance, M for motivation, A for availability, L limited technology, and MO motivation. So the message is clear. Mind your manners, asal mo. That's the learning. Thank you. Can we have the floor? Miss, can you please identify yourself? And you may now ask the question.
I'm Susan Cardenas, Society for Sustainable Tourism. I'm a sustainable tourism advocate and pioneer here in the Philippines since 2010. And Green Destinations, Southeast Asia representative, and also Good Travel Program. First of all, I would like to congratulate all these heroes of the private sector and leaders in sustainability in the hotel and tourism industry. Fantastic job. But what I'd like to know is, how do you engage the local government units into your practices, because private sector cannot do it alone. That's my learning curve also here when I was doing all this sustainability training and coaching the hotels and resorts and restaurants. But I would like to ask, are your LGUs involved as well? And what are their actions? I hear that from SM that they had a hard time in hauling because there are no haulers somewhere. So I know for a fact, I do training for LGUs myself, but I know for a fact that LGUs must do their part. So it would be good to share your challenges there, or even good practices also, and then maybe we can boost them. Thank you very much.
Anybody from the member of the panel? LGU participation in your program implementation.
Sige po. So thank you for that question. So in 10 knots, we have this. So there's a whole department on sustainability, environment and sustainability, headed by our director, Ms. Mariglo Laririt, who sends her regards to her friends, by the way. And we have this program called Be Green, or Be Green and Great, which means Guard, Respect, Educate El Nido, and Guard, Respect, Educate Apolitaytay, which was founded on education and awareness for the nearby communities in El Nido and Taytay. So that's how it started. And eventually it grew to different audiences, LGU, communities, nearby suppliers and the like, and any new partnership that we establish with other businesses. So the Be Green and Great continues to be more of an educational and awareness, but also looks for opportunities to partner with the local communities and the LGUs in terms of collaborating for tourism activities. So, for example, engaging the local fishermen, the registered in the municipality fishermen, in terms of taking out guests and introducing them to the old cultural way of fishing. So it's the fishermen who bring out their kawili or their own way of fishing in El Nido, and introducing it to guests. So these activities are offered to guests in Tenat's group. So other than that, of course, also we collaborate in terms of tree planting, in terms of tree seedling saving, and other similar activities. So it's important that the LGU is really close to our activities, due to a lot of reasons, but also because in sustainability, we think that communities come first in terms of these certain initiatives, that they should be the first group to be thought of in terms of molding the whole sustainability initiative.
Anything else from the floor? From the panel, sorry.
Okay. So for SM Hotels, we continue to partner with the LGUs, no, in which our properties operate in. So for example, in Taal Vista Hotel, we all know that that property has been badly hit by the Taal eruption last 2020. So what we did was we partnered with our LGU there. We asked them for the communities that were mostly hit or affected by the disaster, and provided them with livelihood. So one example of the livelihood that we gave them was, of course, recycling our discarded linens, no, and turning it into beddings to be donated to other communities also. For Park and Clark, we have partnered with a local charity organization. We have established a program called Soap for Hope, a partnership with Diversity. The community in Park and Clark is also community-based community. Yeah, so we provide them with the technology, no, in diverting old soaps from our rooms and converting it into new ones and selling it for their financial gains. Yeah, that's it for us. It's more on partnership with the local communities, and looking for the areas that would need mostly our help.
Thank you.
Well, in my previous life, no, as a sustainability manager in a energy company, we engaged the LGU by actually lobbying, no, to come up with ordinances so it can be sustainable. And we did this, for example, with the Philippine ducts. No? We have a lot of it. We're a coal-fired power plant. We have ash ponds. So apparently all the ducks were nestling. We have around 2,000 of them, no, nestling in the area. When they go out, they're being hunted and they're being sold in the market, in the local market as ducks. No? Everybody loves ducks. But these are threatened species. No? So we try to lobby with them to come up with an ordinance to make it illegal, no, to sell it or to kill it. Because hunters go into the mangrove forest of Pagbilao, Quezon, no, and hunt them in like the cooler full of it, no, and they just do it for fun. They eat it, they throw it away. So even hunting, no, so it has to be sustainable. That's why you have to really get the LGU as a partner, because if it doesn't pass as an ordinance, more often than not, the next mayor the loses will have another view of it.
Maybe I will address this question to the crowd or from you, from the panel. Does any LGU provide an incentive for this endeavor? Is there any LGU in the Philippines provide an incentive to this kind of projects? Removal of local tax, I don't know. Is there any LGU that you know? Perhaps that can be a good suggestion. What do you think? Okay, that's Palawan. That's why I created a haiku for this particular question. And this is my haiku. LGU, are you a friend? LGU, are you a foe? LGU, are you an enemy? Don't be a friend enemy. Okay, next question from the crowd. Next question from the crowd.
Sir, good
Yes,
afternoon.
please. Please identify yourself, sir.
I'm Nelvin Timpo po from Holiday Inn Suites, Makati. Okay. Just to add up lang po dun sa inquiry nyo kanina, sabi ko I overheard na naghahanap po kayo ng LGU to support po yung activities natin. Actually, not direct po from our initiatives but in connection doon sa ginagawa natin. The Department of Energy, Republic Act 11285 po pertains providing incentive for those company who will be providing efficient energy management. So yung ginagawa po natin is energy management po yan. carbon footprint, everything po in relates with your activity. If you follow po the direction of 11285, definitely may incentive po kayo makukuha. And to add din po sa question ni Madam kanina, hindi lang niya po siguro na direct sabihin kanina, pero bilang lalaki, dediretsuhin ko po kayo. You all have the ideas, you all have the knowledge po. Bakit hindi po tayo sumulat sa government? Let's have a lobby to them. I don't know if kay DOE, kay DNR, I don't know kung kayo pong government. Kasi ginawa po namin kay PRC sa Republic Act 9485. By the way, engineer po ako, hindi ako attorney. Yung Republic Act 9485, masyadong mahigpit, asking for 1 PME per building, but we write po, sumulat kami with Ayala Lands, with Metrobanks, with Federal Land. Sumulat po kami kay PRC requesting na luwagan ng konti ang batas hanggang nag-iisip tayo ng solusyon. Baka pwede rin po natin gawin. Salamat po.
So the RA is impenetrable. Okay, so it might be, we can revisit the Republic Act 11285, and perhaps we look for a sponsor to, to refile it. Okay, and is there any other? Thank you, sir. Is there any other question from the floor? Before I shoot in my last question for this afternoon, so that we will be on time. This is my last question. Let's talk about reality here. Okay? In 2018, the Philippine Statistics Authority and the Department of Trade Industry, we had a registered businesses of 1,311,000 businesses nationwide, sir. Out of that, 88.4% are micro companies, which means to say 1 to 9 employees, less than 3 million capital. Small scale companies around 10.6, 3 million to 15 million, something like that. So in short, 99.5% of our businesses in the Philippines as of 2018 statistics are small, micro, and small enterprise. Only 0.5% are medium and large. Okay, what important piece of advice can you give to this micro and small enterprise to implement all those projects? Are these implementable to these small scale companies? That's the challenge. And I want to hear from you, or even from the audience. Anybody? It's a challenging question, but I guess I have to raise it. Because as if I may, what those who had presented belongs to the big, large companies. And let's talk realities here. Are these implementable to these small companies, especially in the tourism countryside? Those ordinary talipapa and all those small markets. Anybody? Thank you, sir.
Yeah,
please.
Of course, the answer is yes. That's why we start from the choices that you make every day. Yeah, maybe the small guy cannot do solar power and so forth, those kind of sexy stuff that we do, but they for sure know how to segregate, for sure can know how to compost. So there are a lot of things that you can do, and that's in fact that's how we started. We look at what are the low-hanging fruit that we have. We produce waste, so we address each and every one of those. So my answer to you, Professor, is a resounding yes. We can do it. All of us can do it.
Yeah, same thing. Before, Business for Sustainable Development, or PBE, we used to cater only to the biggest companies. We have 60 of the biggest companies in the country. But now we have a we're going into the MSME program because we believe that they're even luckier, no? Because they can start up immediately with sustainability measures in place, no? Unlike the bigger ones, you have to implement it and work back, no? It's going to take some time. But You can start very simple as mentioned, and at the same time you can easily monitor it. So even as you grow, eventually these MSMEs will grow bigger. They already have the system in place, so it's an opportunity actually.
Okay, thank you. Anybody from the panel?
Well, I'll just repeat what they said. Whatever small MSMEs lack in infrastructure or design or even facilities, they can make up in their small practices just by simply turning off their lights after using their rooms or their offices can make a big impact in their energy conservation measures, or even practicing, for example, or using alternative sources in order to conserve their water can also be implemented. So it's also a yes for us.
Okay. Anything else before I call ma'am?
I'll just make it short. Small steps, big impact.
Okay.
So yes, also, and in a way, to keep it also short, if we don't take care of the communities around us, then they won't take care of us, and that already is a failure of sustainability.
Thank you. Ma'am? May I add?
Thank you for that question, because we are actually here. Good Travel Program by the Green Destinations is actually designed for SMEs. Even tour guides, travel agencies, tour operators, DMOs, even villages, tourism villages. We are starting with the tourism villages. As they say, it takes a village. That's why I even asked LGU before. It's good that the corporates have their own initiatives for the LGU, but LGUs also must be trained. They must also build capacity. Now, for the SMEs, actually, that's the most important. That's a big percentage of our tourism industry as well. Dive shops, any leisure shop, the spas, who is giving them sustainability standards and criteria. And we have the program right now, Good Travel Program by the Green Destinations. And our country representative is Lenny Fabul. I'm happy to introduce you. She's part, I think, of the advisory group before. And we're here to help and cooperate, of course, with PSEPSD for the SMEs, because also they have their own small part to play in this big game of earth changing. And if we want to change, I agree and echo Mr. Kingson's saying, if we want to see change, we should start with ourselves. And SMEs, we also have to provide equal opportunity for them and also the rest of the future generations. Thank you.
We are right on track. What time check, please? 3:05. We have to finish it by 3:10. But at this point, let me summarize on the last question that we had. But recently, we just received that the Philippines, when it comes to World Risk Index, we rank #1. Just 2 weeks ago, fresh from the press. So, and I guess this risk, the nexus of climate change, sustainability, risk and disaster risk management are intertwined. With sustainability already existing, I hope we can focus right now. Next bigger step will be the risk and disaster management to be included side by side with our sustainability project. This is really an imminent danger. From 7, 4, and right now we rank #1, if I'm not mistaken. But I'm sure this year we rank the highest in risk index, followed by, if I'm not mistaken, Indonesia. Okay, so with that, let me give you my quote for today, which I just created. Education is the key to sustainability. Education is a game changer. With that, thank you so much, my dear panel, and to the audience, thank you so much and enjoy the rest of the day. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Benigno Glenn Rigaforte of De La Salle College of St. Benilde. A great open forum and panel moderated by Dr. Rigaforte. To our speakers, please stay on stage as we call on our Dr. Nerig Acosta, Mr. June Alvarez, and Dr. Glenn Brigaforte to once again join on stage together with the Assistant Secretary Warner Andrade of Department of Tourism, and of course from the United Nations Environment Program, Ms. De Asis. Please join us on stage once more. And PCEPC staff, let's prepare the certificates of appreciation. While we are conducting this awarding and giving of certificates, can we flash on screen our Zoom room so that they can also be part of our face-to-face ceremonies right here at the Monet Ballroom of Novotel Araneta. Okay. So first, we'd like to give the certificate of appreciation to Mr. Roderick De Castro of Business for Sustainable Development. Yan. So Ricky, maraming salamat po. Followed by Miss Alexis Bautista of SM Hotels and Convention Centers. Thank you so much, Miss Alexis. Followed by Mr. Kingston Sian of Travelers Group and Alliance Global Group. Thank you very much, Mr. Kingston Sian. To Mr. Carlo Angelo Evangelista of the Savoy Hotel. Thank you very much. And to Mr. Kiko Velhagen of 10 Nuts Corporation. Thank you very much. And to Dr. Benigno Glenn Rigaforte, once again, thank you very much. Okay. Thank you so much to all of our panelists, our panel moderator, and to our VIPs in attendance for today. Remember, this is just day one. Day two is coming up tomorrow. We'd like to invite everyone to come back tomorrow. It'll be a half-day event up to from 9 a.m. to 1 p.m. only. And especially shout out to all the hotels and restaurant establishments who attended today, who are attending on Zoom, to please come back tomorrow for a very exciting workshop. Workshop tomorrow of specifically designed for hotels and restaurants. We just have a couple more talks before we end today's program. One, a video message, and second, the closing remarks. So please hang on there. So thank you once again. Big round of applause to all of our panelists, our moderator, and our VIPs. Technical team, you think we can show our Zoom room on the screen? Hi, thank you, sir. Okay, hang on. While waiting, let me just add a couple of insights and maybe a suggestion to all of our hotel and restaurant stakeholders. We've heard all the good things that you are doing, have been doing, and still plan to do. I guess my challenge to you now is to share these best practices with other hotels and restaurants in your industries. You know, there's one of the favorite sayings that I have on sustainability is that Success and sustainability is not about being the best in the country. Success and sustainability is about being the best for the country. So please share. Share your best practices to others in your industry. You should have taken notes when you were listening to other, practitioners in your industry. You heard here, Mega World, Ayala, SM, Travelers Group, copy. There's our Zoom room. Hello to everyone on Zoom. Hi, to those on Zoom, please turn on your cameras so you can see us here at Novotel Araneta. Let us see all your beautiful and handsome faces. Yeah, and hello to everyone. Turn on your cameras, please. Very good. Okay. One other suggestion I have. I mentioned earlier that signage on the buffet table as a trendsetter. Maybe some of you can take another trend and be a trendsetter. I have yet to check in at a hotel where after you sign in with your room card and they give you your room key and they give you the spiel about, our restaurant is open until this time and we apologize for the construction upstairs and your Wi-Fi password can be seen. I have yet to see a front desk receptionist say, by the way, sir, ma'am, this is a green hotel. Okay? And please read through the materials we prepared for you in your room so you can be an eco-conscious tourist. Making that connection will reinforce everything else you are doing. And lastly, as a parting shot from me, when we talk about next generations, we hear that all the time in sustainability conferences. But let me ask each and every one of you now, when you hear next generation, who is that to you? Is that your grandson, your granddaughter, your 1-year-old nephew, your 2-year-old niece? Think about them. It's not a cliche because when they grow up in a world that is superheated with lots of environmental problems, they will be asking you, Lolo, Lola, the world is like this now. What did you do during your time? We are accountable to them. Keep that in mind. All right. To give our closing message via video, let me call on Secretary Robert Borge, who was appointed Commissioner and Vice Chair of the Philippine Climate Change Commission by President Rodrigo Duterte on March 2022 for a term of 6 years. A career diplomat in the Philippine Foreign Service. Secretary Borge brings to the Climate Change Commission nearly 2 decades of experience in multilateral and bilateral diplomacy and negotiations in climate change and sustainable development, with the nexus of migration, international security and disaster preparedness, and resiliency. Secretary Borge was the Office of the President's focal point in the development, articulation, coordination, and implementation of the Philippines' independent foreign policy for nearly 6 years, with a focus on Philippine strategic interests in climate change and sustainable development agenda, migrant workers' rights, regional and international security, and disaster risk reduction and resiliency. Ladies and gentlemen, it's an honor to give you the video message of Secretary Robert Borge of the Climate Change Commission.
Good afternoon. In behalf of Secretary Robert E.A. Borge, the Climate Change Commission would like to thank the Department of Tourism, UNEP, PSEPSD, and the DNR for inviting us to this event today. It is indeed an honor and pleasure to deliver, in his behalf, the closing remarks. The Philippines boasts of its rich natural beauty and biodiversity, with a number of its island and city destinations considered among the world's most beautiful. The country has won World Travel Awards for world's leading dive destination from 2019 to 2021, Asia's leading dive destination for 4 years in a row since 2019, and Asia's leading beach destination in the years 2013, 2016, 2018, 2020, 2021, and 2022. With these characteristics, there is no doubt that tourism boosts the revenue of our national economy. However, in various parts of the country, sustainable tourism remains a challenge. The lack of sustainability and climate lens poses a significant threat to the environment and climate by causing pollution and waste, depletion of natural resources, and increased greenhouse gas or GHG emissions. But we could get inspiration from areas which have made sustainable tourism and advocacy, such as the El Nido Resorts in Palawan, which promotes environmental stewardship through its environmental code of conduct called the 10 El Nidos, reminding guests about environmentally sensitive protected areas. The rehabilitation of Boracay Island fortifies the country's environmental laws. These are the Clean Air Act of 1999, the Ecological Solid Waste Management Act of 2000, and the Clean Water Act of 2004. To transition the tourism sector to resilient, low-carbon, resource-efficient operations, businesses must increase their sustainable consumption and production practices through coordinated in-country actions. We thank the Transforming Tourism Value Chains project, which emphasizes better conservation and management of natural tourism destinations to increase resource efficiency in key tourism sector value chains. This project steered business efforts to embrace sustainability practices. It capacitated 1,200 hotel and MICE participants on energy efficiency and conservation, GHG abatement cost model and monitoring tool, circular economy, and wage management, among others. Further, 30 out of 40 target businesses under the project were already monitoring their GHG emissions. As the project comes to an end, it is necessary for UNEP, CEPSD, and other partners to continue working to meet the 30% reduction in GHG emissions, 50% reduction in edible food waste, zero untreated sewage from hotels and venues into water bodies, and 30% reduction in non-renewable energy to achieve a low-carbon and resource-efficient tourism by 2030. With the passage of the Extended Producer Responsibility Act, sustainable consumption and production is expected to increase in the tourism industry. The law requires large corporations to establish a mechanism for the effective recovery, treatment, reuse, and recycling of plastic products and waste, while encouraging micro, small, and medium-sized businesses to do the same. Adopting sustainability practices such as by-tourism businesses is a critical, responsible step toward creating a fundamental shift to economic needs, while also ensuring a cleaner environment through low-carbon development. The project and policies in place will allow Philippine tourism businesses to improve resilience and risk management by reducing GHG emissions mindfully, as well as increase technical capacities in pursuing climate actions. We thank PCFD and UNEP for being committed partners in ensuring that the country meets its aspirations and commitments. The Climate Change Commission is ready to partner with you, and we hope that this will invite more opportunities to further strengthen multi-stakeholder partnerships in pursuit of greater national climate resilience. In closing, we want to emphasize that it should not be hard for us Filipinos to realize that we are fortunate to be living in a country that is considered mega biodiverse. Our declining ecosystems and the worsening climate shall be a wake-up call on how our way of life has affected our ecosystems. As the project ends, I hope a stronger movement to pursue a development that has the genuine regard for the state of our natural wealth will commence. On this note, congratulations to the Department of Tourism at mabuhay po tayong lahat.
Yes, that was Deputy Executive Director of the Climate Change Commission, Romel Cuenca. Thank you so much, Attorney Cuenca, for the message. Once again, I would like to recognize the TVC's implementing partners and funders, the United Nations Environment Program, PSEPSD, Department of Tourism, the Federal Ministry for the Environment, Nature Conservation, and Nuclear Safety, and the International Climate Initiative. Aside from that, we also acknowledge the efforts of the Philippine Stakeholders Advisory Group for Sustainable Tourism members, the DNR, the Climate Change Commission, Tourism Congress of the Philippines, Philippine Hotel Owners Association, Philippine Association of Convention Exhibition Organizers and Suppliers, Chamber of Commerce of the Philippine Islands, and De La Salle College of St. Benilde. And lastly, we'd like to appreciate the hard work of these organizations to make this event possible. Tourism Promotion Board of the Philippines, again, the Philippine Association of Convention Exhibition Organizers and Suppliers, Tourism Congress of the Philippines, and the Tourism Infrastructure and Enterprise Zone Authority. To give our closing remarks for this day one of our closing event of transforming tourism value chains, let me call on Mr. June Alvarez, a licensed forester who graduated from UP Los Baños. Prior to his current position, he was the Assistant Executive Director at Clean and Green Foundation under the chairmanship of former First Lady Amelita Ramos, who advocated for the Pasig River rehabilitation. He has lectured and organized numerous conferences and seminars, both here in the Philippines and abroad. As the Executive Director and President of PSEPSD, he administers all its projects and programs, as well as represents PSEPSD in various partnerships and engagement. Ladies and gentlemen, our good friend and one half of the Ponytail Brothers, Mr. June Alvarez.
My friend, thank you very much. So, Maki and I, have been a culprit in this environmental advocacy for, more than 15 years. And you could see with our hairs, actually. So, well, we have come to the end of this session, for today's session, but we have still session tomorrow, especially for the private sector. No? So in behalf of Department of Tourism, of course, our partner from UN Environment Program, together with the Federal Ministry of German Government on Environment, Natural Conservation, and Nuclear Safety, together with the FISTAG member of this Tourism Value Chain Project for low carbon and sustainability tourism, we would like to express our sincere gratitude to each and every one of you who stayed and bear for our whole day event. And with this, a lot of initiative in terms of sustainability. If you look at it, there are shades of sustainability around there, no, from small one up to the most sophisticated one. And one thing that we should realize on this is that sustainability comes from a different facets and dimension, and it's up to us where are we coming up. For some, especially the small ones, sustainability, they talk about survival, and for the big ones, they talk about improvement and how we can contribute to for the betterment of the climate or the earth for that particular matter. And in fact, while we have a lot of initiative of this project, which we actually finished for about 5 years, and we talk about the initiative in terms of how we can reduce our carbon footprint, make our business more sustainable and more inclusive, gender balance, promoting the cultural heritage that we have. We still need to do a lot more. We just, barely scratch the surface. If we look at the challenge, the 1.5 degrees that we wanted to stay in, and yet we are, afraid that it should, overshoot up to the 3% degrees Celsius, and that comes the disaster. So a lot of things needs to be done. And I would say that in this room, it will not end our advocacy. So the challenge is that for us to spread the things that we are doing here in terms of sustainability, how we can share and how we can reach other businesses and even the small members of our society to really do their share. The key is that we contribute for the sustainability of the industry and for the reduction of the carbon footprint. So with that, I hope that we could put everything and push more into action the sustainability that we have shared today. And in terms of policy, as mentioned earlier, a lot of clamor from the government to do their share as well. While our colleague from DOT is here, and then some sharing of the local government, still we need a lot of things to do. So as such, I hope that we can continue to work together. May suggestion earlier na baka pwedeng mag-create ng another group for furtherance of this project. So, and I hope we can continue to work with the UN Environment Program for another level of initiative when it comes to sustainability of this tourism. And lastly, I'd like to thank as well my Precepts D family, and together with our friends from Petco, with Miss Marisa. Nandiyan pa ba si Miss Marisa? Okay. And of course, to our distinguished speakers, we'll put a lot of knowledge, skills, and wisdom that they have shared in this event. So with that, muli let's transform tourism into a more low carbon and sustainable one. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, our good friend, Mr. Jun Alvarez, and thank you to each and everyone for being part of our day one of our project closing program. Tomorrow, we will return to this venue for another round of presentations of project milestones with focus on financial opportunities, tourism investments, and also hold a group dynamics activity for information exchange. This has been Engineer Maki Maceda, Environmental Consultant of Bacolod City Mayor's Office, wishing you a great afternoon and see you back here tomorrow. Thank you, everyone. A group photo. And for those who are still hungry, we have snacks outside prepared for you. See you all tomorrow. Registration starts at 8 o'clock and our event starts at 9 a.m. May we call on everyone? Everyone who would like to join the group photo, class photo for day one, please come forward. Everyone, please join the class photo for day one. Good job. Confidence. Confidence. Galing. Para matanggal ang kaba. Oo. Hindi mo mag-postpone. Congratulations. Congratulations. Hi.
Maraming salamat po.
Maraming salamat.
Pag-imbita sa amin.
Confidence. Oo. Galing. Okay, please, everyone, come forward and some can stay up on stage. Some can stay up on stage para kasama lahat sa frame. This is our class photo for day 1. Yan. Thank you all for staying up to the very end. To all our participants here in day 1. Okay. Come join us. Thank you.
We can go.
Can I have your card?
I don't have my card, but I do have my
Wow.
card.
Galing. Were you surprised with what I added?
Yeah.
You're not
Actually,
aware of these things.
But I texted the GM already
Oh.
for the yung special mention. They were happy about it, that people are actually seeing these things.
Ayun. Can I just,
Okay. Sige. My number is